Good, thanks everybody. The broadcast is on. Thanks. It's 7 p.m. now. We'll go to outcome 2 of the department. Senator Delejo.
Thank you very much. Thanks very much. Recently we saw the finalisation of the US beef review, which, as I understand, was the culmination of a decade of science and risk-based import assessments and evaluations. Oh, sorry. Sorry, mate, I didn't realise you were coming over.
We're all eager.
Very eager.
Good, thanks.
No worries, sorry. I'll start again. Recently we saw the finalisation of the US beef review, which, as I understand, was the culmination of a decade of science and risk-based import assessments and evaluations. We saw a lot of noise and politicisation from the opposition, but I would like to hear from the experts about the facts. Can officials please outline the process that was undertaken to finalise the assessment? I knew you'd be looking forward to this one.
Office will be watching intently for that, so very well.
No, I think it's an opportunity for everyone to be well informed, even the opposition.
Senator, I'm going to defer to Dr. Brant Smith, First Assistant Secretary, Biosecurity Animal Division, who was responsible for this process.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Brant Smith, First Assistant Secretary of Biosecurity Animal Division. So this process kicked off in 2015. So a number of Australian trading partners actually formally approached the government to get market access for fresh beef and beef products for human consumption. That was then notified to industry at the time, and then in line with our obligations, the then Department of Ag and Water Resources committed to undertake a review of the import conditions for fresh beef and beef products from specific countries. So in that respect, we call them applicant countries, and it's a 3-part sort of review process that identifies food safety, biosecurity risks, and then applies conditions that exporting countries must meet. So the first part of that review is undertaken by FSANZ, Food Standards Australia New Zealand, which, as we know, is an independent stat agency within the Australian Government's health portfolio. And they assess the level of risk posed by bovine spongiform encephalopathy, BSE, or most commonly referred to as mad cow disease. They undertook 3 independent assessments, Mexico in September 2014, the USA in May 2015, and in Canada, August 2024, all of which they came up with negligible or the lowest risk ratings for BSE. And I have all of those documents here if the committee requires it. And that's all publicly available on their website. The second part of the review is undertaken by the Department of Agriculture, and that looks at the animal biosecurity risks. And we assessed the following countries at that time. It was Japan, Netherlands, New Zealand, United States and Vanuatu. So the process that we undertake is as per our international obligations. The World Organisation for Animal Health is the standard-setting body, much like the WHO for human health. And our process for undertaking risk assessments is in accordance with that. It's also legislated to do that within our appropriate level of protection, which is mandated under our biosecurity legislation. So when we do the risk analysis, we review the science on pests and diseases of concern, we analyse the biosecurity risks, we then develop risk management measures, consult stakeholders on the draft report, review those comments, publish the final, develop the import conditions, and then we put that into our biosecurity import condition system, or BICON. So what we do is we look at independent peer-reviewed scientific information from scientific experts. We look at industry practices and operational practicalities of these reviews. We then combine those, looking at the risks and the management of those risks, and potentially look at equivalence measures when we negotiate with certain countries. So the hazard identification looks at all of the pathogenic disease agents which we will assess, and then we make conclusions on the basis of that to determine whether these risks can be managed. We then look at the countries and whether they can have what we call a competent authority assessment, which determines can that country manage the requirements to our satisfaction. So that was all done in up to 2017. And as part of that process, we essentially said, yes, we can import products or beef products from those countries. And that was released in 2017, and it went through the normal process of consultation publicly in 2016. Following that, the US were not able to certify that animals that were born, raised and slaughtered in the US could meet our requirements. So we did a competent authority assessment of the US, and we completed that in 20 of December 2019. And then subsequently the next year, the US requested that we expand our market access to include imports of beef sourced from cattle born and raised in Canada or Mexico, and then legally imported and slaughtered into the US. So in July 2021, Canada then requested separate market access for fresh beef and beef products. And then we publicly announced in September 2022 that we would review the expanded access for the US, and we would then look at Canada as well. The consultation draft report for beef and beef products from Canada was released on the 11th of December 2023. And then in March 2024, we released a consultation review report of expanded market access for beef and beef products, including those sourced from Canada and Mexico. We received a number of comments from industry and members of the public. We took on board those comments. We revised our conditions accordingly. And then in late 2024 and early 2025, we negotiated with the US and introduced more robust movement controls, which means that all cattle from Canada and Mexico can be identified and traced to the farm and through the supply chain. So these new protocols were a really key factor in finalising this work, and the department was then satisfied that these strengthened controls could effectively manage risk. And then in this year, we finalised our review in February for Canada. So the final report of fresh beef and beef products from Canada was released. And then on the 24th of July, we finalised the expanded access for fresh beef and beef products from the US, including those imported from Canada and Mexico. And we undertake these risk assessments in the same robust way on all of these matters, and have done so in this case.
Thanks, Dr. Smith. And for all the viewers at home and for those of us without an intimate technical knowledge, this has been going on for over a decade, right? Mm-hmm. And with the finalisation of the review, was the finalisation of the review related in any way to the current US administration and the global geopolitical climate?
No, Senator. We do these independently. These are technical market access requests that are done separate of those matters.
We on this side, we have full faith in the science and the technical expertise of the officials in the department. Just to ensure that it's been put on the record by those who undertook the assessment, how were those biosecurity risks mitigated, and did the department compromise on biosecurity to rush a favourable outcome for the United States?
So, Senator, when we do any of these risk assessments, we need to make sure that it is within our appropriate level of protection. And so that means very low, but not zero risk. What we use as a guide is international standards, as I mentioned, but we also often go above and beyond that if we deem it necessary to do so. So in all of these cases, we make sure that we are comfortable, that we can manage those risks. We do so in a defensible manner. We do so in a transparent manner because all of these are provided out for comment, and we take that on board. And then when we finalise it, we have confidence that we can maintain a two-way trade relationship, because under our WTO obligations, we need to provide the least trade restrictive but defensible biosecurity risk requirements to ensure that we could maintain trade between countries. We've
been talking about a little bit of banter here today about how great Australian beef is, and I understand that the US is our biggest export market for beef. Can you outline for the committee the latest trade stats for our exports to beef and any work that has been done to protect or improve our market access?
For that matter, I'll refer to Mr. Tom Black.
Thanks, Mr. Black.
Thanks, Senator. The US is absolutely Australia's largest market for beef. It was, and in fact, it's in combination our largest red meat market, $7.1 billion in the last financial year. So really significant market for Australia. And we're a really significant supplier at the moment because the US herd is at historical lows. US love their hamburgers, they love their steak, and we're in the position that we're able to supply great product into that market. We work very closely with the Australian meat industry to ensure that we provide a safe and suitable product into that market, meet market access requirements. And only last month we've been through a pretty significant audit from the US authorities of the department as the competent authority to show that we continue to administer a system that is equivalent to the US system. So absolutely, we work every day to make sure that we continue to supply that very large export market.
Thanks very much. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks. Senator Canavan.
Thank you, Chair. Just a few questions and follow-up to this. How much cattle illegally enters the US after illegally, well, legal or otherwise, coming across the southern Mexican border in any one year?
So, Senator, I assume you're referring to the Insight Crime report?
I will be.
So we are aware of that report, and Senator, I can say we thoroughly assessed that report and took into consideration some of the findings that were made in that report. We came to the conclusion that despite some of the claims made in that report, that we were confident that the systems that the US has in place to manage its border, and particularly the increased requirements that we requested of them through their protocols to trace back to farms of origin in Mexico, was sufficient to manage the risks of entries of disease into the US herd and also to within our ALOP for our importation of beef products.
Right. So you read the Insight Crime report before the import risk assessment was finalised?
Correct.
Why wasn't the Insight Crime report referred to in that assessment then? I couldn't find any. Was it referred to? From memory, it was not.
I don't recall it was referred to specifically.
Right. So
no.
why? I mean, if you assessed it and decided, just to be clear for the record, then that report found that, my understanding of that report found that 800,000 cattle a year travel illegally across Mexican southern border, many of which do end up in the US. Why didn't you then refer to that report in the input risk assessment if you'd assessed it and dismissed it?
So if you refer to that, I've got the report here in front of me. So, and on page 24, the key part to that relates to the domestic and international markets requirements. So on that, it said part of the illicitly sourced beef may be exported to the US from Mexico, but finding documented evidence proved a difficult task. On one hand, officials from Mexico deny that this takes place, arguing that contraband cattle do not get mixed with Mexican-produced cattle that are destined for international markets. This point of view is shared among many livestock specialists in the US, who argued that the tropical breed of cattle common in the southern region of Mexico and northern Central America is not of the quality or taste that US consumers demand. So there's very little market for this type of beef in the United States. Also, that the USDA can ban entire Mexican states and municipalities from exporting beef to the United States if bovine TB is prevalent. And given that contraband cattle that enter the country do not necessarily meet the standard health requirements established by the international community, they represent a health hazard, and according to producers in Mexico, do not take the risk to export them. And then lastly, as of April in 2021, the states that they refer to in the study were not accredited for exporting beef to the US. So on the basis of that, we determined that the border control measures still met our requirements to manage risk.
Yeah, it just seems strange. If you'd assess the actual report, which did go through a lot of evidence, which I'll come to, but effectively, by the sounds of what you've just said, and it was my takeaway from the briefing we received at the time, was that you took at face value the statements from Mexican authorities that people don't break the law in Mexico.
Not just that, Senator. What we did was we looked at...
That's what you just read out.
Understand that, and that was reference to that part of the report that you referred to. We did talk to our USDA colleagues as well, and we wanted to understand how they manage these matters, noting that prior to the screwworm fly outbreak in Mexico that's essentially shut the border for legal importation, 1.2 million Mexican cattle do cross the border each year and get integrated into the national herd.
So with the additional requirements we have, particularly for diseases of concern, we still felt, even with and potentially if there were illegal importations, noting that our conditions are for legal importation, that the risk can still be managed with our requirements, such as ante-mortem and post-mortem measures for TB in abattoirs, such that the meat products that arrive in Australia are still within our ALOP.
So, did Australian officials travel to the US-Mexican border?
So the Australian officials travelled, as I said, to the US in 2019. We did not travel to the border specifically. It was a systems audit. So what we were looking at is the system and how they manage that system, upon which we have relied on for many years for a range of commodities that have entered Australia. And we were comfortable that the requirements that they had in place were sufficient. Noting that since then we've negotiated with them and said we want further requirements in place, and that refers to the work that was done at the end of last year and the start of this year to update their protocols, which I have here, which makes it much more robust around how they trace back cattle to the farm of origin so that they can certify their origin and then disease status.
Did officials travel to the US-Canadian border?
They did.
So why? I sort of, when I read that in the import risk assessment, and I was a little surprised that officials would go to the Canadian border but not to the Mexican border. I don't think there would be too much illegal cattle coming across to Canada from the Arctic, but there was a clear risk from the southern borders, notwithstanding, however, disease-free Mexico is, it does border with a number of countries that are not disease-free. Why didn't officials go to the US-Mexican border?
We did. The reason we went to
well, I should rephrase that. Why did you go to the Canadian border but not the Mexican border? It seemed very strange.
Like I said before, so I'll just backtrack a little bit. So we have already made a number of assessments of the US as a competent authority.
I don't want to spend the rest of the night on this. I want people to be able to go home. So if we could just have... I wasn't actually intending to ask a lot of questions of this, but the Labor senators have decided to make an issue, so I've done a lot of work on this, so here we are. So if I could just get just that question. Why did you go? Where did you go to on the Canadian border, and why did you go there but not to the Rio Grande?
The reason for going to the border was to look at border control measures in general. It was chosen to go to Canada as an example of a border control measure, noting that previously we had already made assessments.
Sorry, which border?
Which
border
town?
crossing did you assess?
Can you just hold for a moment? Can we just have one person asking the questions?
Yep, sure.
And then I'll rotate it if somebody else, another senator would like to ask the questions. So, Senator Canavan.
Yeah, so where did you go on the Canadian border?
So I'll take on notice the exact location. It was done in 2019, but the officials that went over there to make the assessment wanted to see what border control measures were in place and how USDA officials managed border processes. And in this case, they looked at the US-Canada process, and off the back of many other assessments we've done of the US, they deemed that to be sufficient to determine that was a sufficient way to manage risk across borders.
You mentioned there are systems in place to assess where from Mexico cattle have come from into the US, including whether they've come from provinces that are banned. What are those systems?
So there are tracing, so within the protocols that I've got here, I can go through them in detail, but I suggest that probably will take a fair bit of time. What we have asked them to do was to provide identification requirements that could trace those animals back to the farm of origin or the property of origin and determine their health status such that they were satisfied that those cattle that were then being brought into, they are mostly feeder cattle, so they're mostly steers. So I think 85% of them are steers, quite small animals, that then go into their feedlots. And there are a few breeder cattle that come in, but there's no slaughter pathway. And this has been in place for quite a period of time that the US has had. And we observed that there had been no disease outbreaks, there had been no issues with their domestic management or export of beef internationally that had resulted in disease or otherwise, because the international trade of beef is incredibly low risk. And from the US, we have not seen cases of outbreaks of disease as it relates to the trade of beef.
Will the systems require an RFID tag?
So it's not. So some of them
This is
have
at the Mexican border.
So some of them have RFID tag requirements. Some of them are marked brands, but they will have forms of identification that are required to be part of this.
Could just be an ear tag or a brand.
Could be an ear tag or a brand.
Taking you to the Insight Crime report. They found in that report, they actually went to Mexico, is my understanding. At least they said they did in their report, and they said that health certificates are forged, and I quote, with the complicity of veterinarians and authorised laboratories, and that black market ear tags can be bought for just $25. Do you have any evidence that their finding is wrong? I mean, it seems pretty... I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if there's a black market for ear tags in Mexico. There are black markets for lots of other things there, of course. So what evidence do you have that there is not the ability to buy a black market ear tag for just $25?
So this is one report that was done. I acknowledge that, Senator. The requirements that we asked of the USDA officials is that they can certify their, like we do every other trade and every other commodity, that they can certify the legal importation of cattle. This has been the case for 10 years. And I should also add, Senator, that this is the same system that we rely on for in vitro embryo and semen imports that we have had come from the US to Australia for decades, that has maintained a health status that domestic industries benefit from immensely, for genetic material which is high risk because it's live, it's embryos and semen being put directly into an animal, versus beef, which is cuts, with the risk material removed. So we've already got in place a well-established import system.
Sorry, Chair, I don't not intending to try and cut off, but that I asked a direct question. I mean, did the department reach out to Insight Crime to ask some questions of their report?
I'd have to take that on notice, Senator.
Sounds like you just did a desktop study. It's amazing that you didn't seek to avail yourself of people who actually travelled to Mexico and saw what happened. In another part of the report, the Insight Crime investigators observed, I'm just trying to find this part of it, but they observed cattle being shipped across a river covered by tarps. Again, what did you do to assess whether that was happening or not?
So we did raise this report with the US officials, and we asked them to verify what they knew and what they had done about this process as well. They were aware of the report. They also referred to the same references that we referred to, in that this is about illegal movements into Mexico, and it does point where a lot of those potentially illegally imported cattle then get integrated into their domestic markets. But as I stated before, there was very little evidence to show that cattle were then being brought into the US and then integrated into the supply chains of which we would be relying upon to then import cattle. They're very specific feedlots. They are not the sort of type of cattle, they are not the right weights, they are not the right commercial requirements. So for the exporters, these cattle would be very unlikely to come into their supply chains.
Well, the problem we've got here is there is a great suspicion out there that this decision has been a political one, certainly an incentive for the government to act in this way. That suspicion is not helped by the fact the evidence of this committee is that the government officials have bent over backwards to take at face value the assessments that have been provided to them by foreign governments, yet the government seems completely uninterested in the concerns raised by Australian cattle producers about this risk. At our briefing we had, just before that briefing, I believe Cattle Australia wrote to the Minister with a letter saying they were very concerned about the decision. Has the Minister or the Department responded to that letter?
have to take that on notice, Senator.
Someone has got the
So
Coro
this was.
Won't have to
let
take
me-
that on notice.
Let me check the date.
I've just been advised, no, we haven't.
You haven't.
haven't
So that was
received
sent. My understanding, that was sent. And I apologise. I
No,
believe
we
it was
haven't
sent to Secretary.
responded, Senator.
You have. Sorry.
That's your question.
They've received but not responded.
Yeah. So just to clarify, I slightly made a mistake. The letter was to Secretary Fennessy on the 29th of July. That is 2 and a bit months ago, and you haven't responded to Cattle Australia.
That's correct, although I do believe that the then Secretary Adam Fennessy would have met with Cattle Australia around that time.
Maybe if you could take that on notice. Obviously, he's not here to answer that question. But again, the government has done nothing here to avail people of their concerns. This has been made for political reasons, not on the basis of science. The government refused to conduct and hold a Senate inquiry into this issue, which would have been it was a very reasonable request. The lack of transparency, the lack of curiosity on serious concerns about the security of the US-Mexican border raises a lot of questions that have not been helped tonight by the evidence. Thank you, Chair. I think Senator McDonald had some questions.
Senator, I would like to make the point, though, the department's been very transparent on this issue, has clearly provided all the information available to us on our website.
Now, I'm not a point about you, Assistant Secretary, but the government has not been transparent. They refused and denied us support for a Senate inquiry. There's been lots of Senate inquiries on these types of matters before. If they were serious about being transparent, I'm happy to move the motion again and have a proper inquiry where we can hear from producers. We could ourselves as a Senate call Insight Crime and hear from them, but the government is running cover here for what has clearly been a political decision. Their ham-fisted evidence tonight to try and hide that have actually backfired on them.
Criticise the decision, and that's the National Party. The Department have been
Cattle
here
Australia.
and answered thorough questions
Have you read
and
that
answered
letter,
thorough
Cattle Australia
questions
wrote to you saying they don't
around the
support it?
detailed process they've gone in. That started when you were in government, and the only ones who've been trying to politicise this are yourselves. Anti-science and trying to scare people.
They want an independent review of this.
Time out for a moment.
Shouldn't have asked those dicks.
Thanks, everybody. We got to.
haven't even got to it.
I got the last part of the answer, anti-science, from regarding the opposition.
We want a
Minister,
scientific
do you want to complete any comments or?
No, I'm happy to leave it there. Thanks, Chair.
Got some questions?
Sorry, Senator McDonald.
Thank you.
And then I'll be going to Senator Hanson.
Just to finalise on this matter, I just want to ask, the Inspector General of Biosecurity recommended that the independent scientific panel should have reviewed this decision. I suggest that the reason why the department had been looking at this for 10 years is because they had not been satisfied for 10 years. And then after a political decision, you were forced into making good on the government's announcement. And I want to understand, why is it that we have an independent Director General for Biosecurity who is making recommendations about using an independent scientific panel, and that's been disregarded?
Senator, if I could, in relation to the process, Dr Smith has just given comprehensive advice in regards to the complexity of the process and the rationale for the period of time that it's taken. Certainly was not politically driven, and the decision and the timing was a matter for the department. In answer to your first question, in regards to the Inspector General of Biosecurity's report, in regards to the panel itself, it hadn't actually been used for some time, so it ceased being used, and I'll be corrected, I think it was 2022. Sound right?
So I think the last time, Senator, it was used was for the sturgeon biosecurity import risk analysis as part of a regulated process where SAG was used. But in the last 20 years in the animal space, I think it's only been used 2 or 3 times.
Why have an inspector for biosecurity, what's his name? The Director of Biosecurity, if you're an independent body appointed by the Minister, if you choose to not take their advice? I mean, that's the whole point of having an independent body.
Senator, we haven't chosen to disregard the Inspector General of Biosecurity's advice. We are reconsidering re-establishment of the advisory board. Sorry, I forget the correct title.
So it's the Scientific Advisory Group.
The group, how about we call them the group? Re-establishing the SAG as needed, but also note that if there was a requirement, if the science was challenged, which, as Dr Brandt-Smith has said, this was not the case in this instance, had that been the case, we would have established the SAG for that purpose.
Right. I beg to differ because, as Senator Canavan's already pointed out, it is easy to visit the Guatemalan Mexican border and see cattle crossing there. I hear what you're saying about the type of cattle and suitable for market, but that doesn't preclude disease. That's what we're trying to get to, is not the quality of the beef, it's the quality of the disease that we're trying to examine. So, Chair, I have some questions next on trade for horticulture.
You guys going ahead first?
I'm happy.
Yeah.
You can go. So
Thank you. All right, I want to ask some questions about avocado trades, please. I referred to it in department, in outcome 1, so hopefully there's been some preparation.
Yes, Senator. Invite Dr Pete Finnan to the table.
Thank you. Dr Finnan, is that correct?
Yes, Senator.
Thank you. My question is specifically around the 2x2 negotiations and understanding where you're up to with blueberries and apples in the negotiations with China.
Certainly. Thanks, Senator. Dr Peter Finnan, First Assistant Secretary, Biosecurity Plant and Science Services Division. So with respect to market access negotiation with China, we've had some good success earlier in the year with the finalisation of an agreement for mainland Australian apples into China. And at the same time, we agreed with the Chinese to enable Chinese jujubes or red dates to come to Australia. And then the next negotiating priority between China and ourselves was for Australian blueberries, and they are seeking access for Chinese kiwi fruit into the Australian market. So that is progressing well. These negotiations can oftentimes take a significant period of time, but we have been very pleased with the level of engagement we've had with our Chinese colleagues. We are doing the work that we need to do on our side as quickly as we can and providing that information back to our Chinese colleagues as soon as we can. And we've been pleased that they have been fairly responsive as well, and so those conversations continue quite well. We were in Shanghai and Beijing in December last year when we were engaging with our Chinese colleagues around market access. At that point in time, they communicated with us that they wanted us to complete the work on the 2x2, so blueberries, apples, kiwi fruit, jujubes, before they would discuss with us what might come next.
And that was the Chinese Department of Trade said that they didn't want to progress 2 avocados until they finalised blueberries and kiwi fruit with you.
Correct. And at the time, we hadn't yet finalised apples and jujubes. So that was their position at the time when we met at the high-level dialogue in December last year.
Right. So I'm just keen to understand this because there is some lack of clarity around the industry about the 2x2s being set in stone, that there's not been a flexibility on being able to introduce another product whilst after one's been finalised. So since you had that conversation, apples have been finalised.
That's right.
But you know the urgency of trying to progress new markets for the avocado growers, that they're not having to pull their trees out.
Absolutely. We're certainly very aware of the avocado industry's very strong interest in China. Equally, there are other horticultural industry participants who are also keen on access to the Chinese market. Look, I had members of my team travelling in China just in the last month, again engaging with GACC, the General Administration of Chinese Customs, with whom we negotiate. They are as I say, engaging with us well on the work on blueberries and kiwi fruit, and we are looking for opportunities when we can to engage with our Chinese colleagues on what might come next.
Okay. So this will be my last question on avocados before I turn to bananas, but I just want to be really clear on your understanding of what China's appetite is for importing blueberries, because I'm told that they are not placing orders, they're not progressing that, and I'm concerned that we might be stuck in this 2x2 arrangement because of a lack of flexibility on the agreement.
So certainly my understanding is that there is strong demand for Australian blueberries in China, certainly from the blueberry industry here in Australia, Berries Australia and other industry participants. There's very strong interest in growing the opportunity to export blueberries into China. In fact, many of our Australian companies are making their own investments in China, in blueberry production in China and exchanging genetics. So there is certainly a very strong interest. And as I say, the conversation with our Chinese counterparts is progressing well. They certainly seem engaged and keen on the product.
It's not much use to us, though, if they're growing blueberries in China and we're not growing them in Australia, does it? That's my concern, is that Chinese blueberries are bigger, they're a different style of product, and that Australian-grown blueberries won't have a market in China, and that we will be stuck in this arrangement.
So as I said, Senator, certainly the Berries Australia is very keen on access to the Chinese market, and in their view there is excellent opportunity for Australian-grown blueberries in the Chinese market. And certainly we know that the Chinese market is very, very large and has enormous capacity to take product not only grown in China but also from around the world, including Australia.
All right. Well, your confidence will have to carry the avocado growers through then. Turning to bananas, I want to talk about your announcement that you're conducting an assessment of alternative measures for the importation of fresh Cavendish bananas from the Philippines. I understand that the Philippines made a formal request to Australia to consider alternate measures to manage the main pathogens of concern identified in the 2008 import risk analysis for bananas from the Philippines. I understand that there will be a comprehensive scientific review of the three main pathogens, MoCo, black sigatoka and banana freckle, amongst other diseases present in the Philippines, and consideration of risk management. I want to ask you about the assessment process and what you think has changed in the Philippines since you made that decision previously.
Sure. Thanks, Senator. So we're responding to a formal request from the Philippines for an assessment of alternative measures. So their view has been that the measures that were finalised in the 2008 risk assessment were overly trade restrictive and very stringent. But from our point of view, they are measures that are required to manage biosecurity risk. As part of our WTO obligations, when a trading partner makes a request of us, we need to give it appropriate consideration. It is and remains the Philippines' #1 market access request with Australia. It's a request that they first made in 1995, and they continue to raise this market access request with Australia at all levels of government at all opportunities. So we feel that it's appropriate for us to undertake an assessment of the risks posed by the potential import of Cavendish bananas from the Philippines. I think it's a good opportunity for us to review again the material that was considered in 2008. 17 years has passed. We have seen the emergence of other pests and diseases of concern, which weren't necessarily considered in that 2008 risk assessment. So it is an opportunity for us to ensure that we are considering all the relevant information, and we have not reached a predetermined outcome. We don't, at this point in time, have a view that there are indeed any alternative measures that we would accept or otherwise. So we're going into this process from that point of view, that we will assess the information that's provided before us and assess it on its merits and make a decision once we've had the opportunity to consider that.
So I understand that you're using a non-regulated risk analysis, which does not involve using the scientific advisory group and an appeals process where stakeholders can request a review of a provisional report by the Inspector General of Biosecurity. Why is that?
Senator, we have not yet made a final decision on which process we would use. As you've indicated, there are two processes that could be used. The regulated process, which is enshrined in the Biosecurity Act and the Biosecurity Regulations, which involves, as you've indicated, use of the Scientific Advisory Group, and there's also an opportunity in there for the conclusions of a review to be referred to the Inspector General of Biosecurity before the conclusion of that process. It is a consideration for us at this point in time as to which process we would use. Certainly from my perspective, I think there is a lot of merit in going down the biosecurity import, the Bureau process, because of those measures that you've indicated, the involvement of the Scientific Advisory Group and the involvement of the Inspector General, if that is what stakeholders wish. However, the initiation of such a review is a decision for the Director of Biosecurity. As part of our process, our intention is to go and visit the banana growing regions of the Philippines towards the end of this year, and then early next year develop an issues paper, and it's at that point in time we would be in a position to recommend to the Director of Biosecurity which of the processes we would apply.
So when you visit the Philippines later this year, will you be taking industry experts, growers, scientists who are familiar with, the nuts and bolts, the hands-on issues of growing bananas?
So we won't be taking any Australian growers or indeed, so perhaps I'll turn that around. So we will be sending 4 staff across to the Philippines. One of those is a tropical plant pathologist who has specific expertise in banana diseases for that very reason. We're also sending 2 of our risk assessors who will engage in that government-to-government negotiation process with the BPI. Sorry, I can't remember what the 3 words there, but BPI is our opposite number in the Philippines, the regulator of imports and exports. And as I say, those 2 officials are experts in biosecurity risk assessment, and indeed one of them has a very long association with issues in and around bananas. And the other member of the party is one of our assurance and verification officials. He's a very experienced official who has done audits around the world of regulators of horticulture exports, and his advice will be central. Because one of the assessments we want to make is, are even any of the measures that might be proposed, are they appropriate, are they even possible to implement in a way that can be assured and verified?
So will you at least take scientists who are agreed upon by growers?
So we have been engaging with, through the Australian Banana Growers Council, about the composition of the team that is going, and certainly we have responded to their concerns, if you like, or their requests of us that we ensure that someone going on that trip has specific expertise and knowledge and understanding of banana diseases, which is what we're doing.
So I thank you. I see what you're saying, but they've provided advice. I'm not hearing that the department has taken their recommendation around who that should be.
The request that they made of us was that there should be at least someone on that party who has specific knowledge and understanding of banana diseases, and as I said, that is why specifically we've identified one of our experienced plant pathologists who does have experience with banana diseases. They're based in Queensland, and so they understand banana diseases and have seen many of those diseases that are present certainly in Queensland and in Australia, and have a broader knowledge and understanding of tropical plant pathology.
So when you say at least take somebody who knows banana diseases, it doesn't sound like at best though. How do you demonstrate that you are building trust and good faith with Australian banana farmers if you don't acknowledge their recommendation of the style of people that they're asking that you take on this delegation, if you won't consider taking banana growers themselves or somebody?
Senator Myers understands we have listened to industry. In fact, have been actively engaged at the time the decision is made. We've been engaging with industry face-to-face in Queensland, offering educative webinars to be engaged. And we have heard industry, and we are responding to their request by ensuring we have someone with the appropriate skills undertaking that assessment. Well,
I'm telling you then, if you didn't hear it in that engagement, that they are not satisfied with who you are sending. So it's all very well to consult, but that's not taking action. That is just consulting. So I would ask you to go back and ask for their agreement on who you are taking, because I think that's very important in order to build trust with them throughout this process. This is a very, very stressful time for banana growers. They're pausing investment in their banana farms. The young people are saying, well, we're uncertain if this industry will disappear. It employs 18,000 people across the supply chain. It's a $1.3 billion industry. And in the parts of North Queensland that I'm familiar with, it also employs, young Indigenous people. It is part of closing the gap of making sure that there is no unemployment in towns like Tully and Innisfail. So I think that this is a very important industry, and it's important that we get this decision right. And I would ask that you reconsider the banana growers' recommendations on the people that go off on this trip at the end of the year.
Thank you, Senator. If I could just make the observation, we're very alive to the concerns of industry, which is why we are engaging the way that we are, and certainly undertake to revisit, although I don't know, Dr Finnan, whether industry is in a position to know the individuals within the department. I know we've responded to the skill sets that they've requested, but I'm not sure they have visibility on the individuals in the department that have those skills. But absolutely, we're prepared to undertake a revisit of the decision.
Thank you. I really appreciate that, and I know that the growers would appreciate that. In addition to the 3 diseases that have already been identified, and I should mention that Queensland is the only place in the world that has successfully eradicated black sigatoka, which was in 2005, I believe, a cost then of $17 million. I imagine it would be significantly more than that now. But in addition to that, there is blood disease that's spread in Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, and has been reported on islands near the Philippines. Bogia coconut syndrome has moved from coconuts to bananas in Papua New Guinea and to the Philippines. It's suggested that it has gone to the Philippines. I'm just trying to understand how you will assess those other diseases which may be present in the Philippines crops but have not been reported yet. How will you be able to assess that?
Senator, that's one of the main reasons why we are seeking to go to the Philippines and to the banana-growing regions later this year, because we need to get a proper understanding of Philippines production practices, and also, importantly, how BPI and the officials in the Philippines manage and surveil plant disease, so that we can understand whether or not that system does give us the appropriate level of confidence that those diseases are effectively managed or can be managed in a way that would enable any exports to Australia to be done in a safe way. So certainly we share your concerns, and certainly as I indicated earlier, it's one of the opportunities that we have with being able to revisit the 2008 assessment, is there has been changing pest disease status and movement around the world, and we need to reconsider all those things to be sure even that the assessment that was made in 2008 still stands now.
Thank you. Is it correct that the Philippines seek market access for the banana cultivar GCTCV28 Formasana?
That is correct.
In addition to Cavendish? How will you go about assessing that the data on the susceptibility of the Formasana will be assessed in the import risk analysis, rather than just assuming that the risk is the same as for the Cavendish banana?
Thank you, Senator. So in 2025, the Philippines did request that as part of this process of undertaking an assessment of alternative measures, that we consider two additional things. One thing is, as you've said, the additional cultivar. And just to clarify, it is a cultivar of Cavendish banana. So it's not a different variety of banana, it is a Cavendish banana. It is similar to a cultivar that was assessed in the 2008 risk assessment, but we will undertake a specific assessment of Formasana in line with the approach that we took in assessing the cultivars that were assessed in 2008. And then the other request that they did make of us was that we also consider an additional province in the banana growing regions, Davao de Oro, and that province is adjacent to two of the provinces that were previously assessed in 2008. But again, we will make a new assessment of Davao de Oro, but using an approach similar to what was taken in 2008.
Is that the province that was previously called Compostela Valley?
Apologies, Senator, I'd have to take that on notice.
That region, I believe it's the same one, has a prison work farm in the centre of that region. Okay. We know that the Northern Territory bananas were infected with freckle in 2013, have been reinfected since 2019. That management phase and that Fusarium in Tully is currently being contained at a cost of approximately $40 million. Who provides a budget for disease management should there be an outbreak from the import of bananas from the Philippines?
So I'm happy to jump in there. Christy Sorsak, Acting Deputy Secretary. That would be a different issue if there were to be an incursion for banana freckle and it were to be a nationally cost-shared response in terms of under a deed arrangement or a biosecurity border incursion. Definitely aware that we have had instances of banana freckle in the past, but to go to the current process that Dr. Finnan has outlined, it will be a rigorous process. We are very alive to changes in the risk from the original assessment, and as Dr. Finnan mentioned, looking specifically at how those risks have changed will be key. And to your earlier concerns around the industry, and definitely alive to those concerns, the Acting Secretary mentioned some initial webinars. But just to say and confirm that that technical visit in Philippines is not the only instance of engagement. There will be very transparent in terms of issues paper, draft report, final report, because at the end of the day, managing the biosecurity risks and ensuring an appropriate level of protection is critical.
It is critical, and the length of time that government processes take is, of course, all sleepless nights for banana farmers who are considering their futures. So I would ask you to consider that in the speed that you undertake this. So that... Sorry,
Senator McDonald, just before we go to the next, just keep going. I'm sorry to interrupt. Can you just give an indication how long you might be? We're just trying to organise a rotation, if possible.
Could you give me another 5 minutes?
5 minutes, yeah.
Thank you, Senator. So the deed of arrangement that you referred to, is that with, who is that cost sharing for an incursion with? Is that with the Philippines, with the state?
Since it's a national cost sharing arrangement, But if we just go back, I mean, the intent is to ensure we don't need to be dealing with an incursion arising from biosecurity risk emanating from Philippine bananas. That's why we're undertaking this very thorough process. If we have concerns that we can't meet an appropriate level of protection, which is close to zero but not zero, then the bananas won't come. So I think that, I mean, that's the point here. We want to ensure through this process that we don't bring a biosecurity risk into the country. If there was to be a biosecurity risk, it would be looked at on the individual circumstances. We have, as Chrissy just commented on, we have a number of deed arrangements that we would rely upon depending on the nature of that incursion, which are typically nationally cost-shared arrangements between the states and the Commonwealth, and they relate to emergency response, not to the ongoing management of a risk once it has arrived in the country, the long-term management.
So the ongoing cost of the risk is borne by whom?
It does vary depending on the individual circumstances.
I was reflecting on the introduction of white spot in the prawn industry, and so, you know, of course, nobody wants to see disease come into the country, but if and when it does arrive, the impacts are devastating and the costs are also, and that's why I'm just trying to understand who bears the cost.
Which is why the focus on prevention is key. And this is incredibly part and part of that process to ensure that we adequately prevent the risk.
So is there, was there a compensation package for prawn farmers as a result of white spot coming in to the country?
I'll be corrected, Senator, but if you're referring to white spot in Queensland, those costs are being absorbed by there's compensation from the Queensland government in support of the industry, but the specifics I don't know.
Yeah, sure. Okay, I mean, I mentioned before about this being a $1.3 billion industry across Australia, so that would be a significant cost for compensation. Banana farmers currently spend about 20 to 30 hours per week on audits for quality assurance, SEDEX, fair farms, fresh care food safety, HARPS, industrial relations, human relations, modern anti-slavery provisions, palm workers compliance, reef regulations, vegetation management, OH&S chemical use, amongst others. So there's a significant amount of compliance that we require of our... There is a significant amount of compliance required for our Australian farmers. Is that something that's considered when we look to importing from another country? Are our farmers then on the same sort of playing field with the product that's imported? Or is that something that's outside of the assessment arrangements?
I'm hoping I understand your question, Senator. But in terms of, is it an even playing field? Is that your question?
Well, for the amount of the very high standards that we ask our Australian farmers to operate to, and we have a significant amount of forms and processes and regulations that they must meet, I'm just wondering if we have a look at the farms from the importing country and say they must go through the same sort of standards. Just try and make sure that our farmers are on the same sort of playing field.
Certainly in terms of state requirements, we don't look at state requirements in terms of our assessment through in terms of biosecurity risk.
Perhaps, Senator, I can assure you that any imported food product, and bananas would be the same, would need to comply with our food standards, so the Australian, New Zealand FSANZ standards as it relates to horticultural products. Those standards would apply, as well as the Imported Food Act requirements at the time of import. So all of those standards would apply to any product that is ultimately imported. And obviously, these commercial arrangements would also be in place, and those would include various standards that supermarkets and others would expect, no doubt.
Okay, so an example of that food safety might be that far north Queensland banana growers that supply about 95% of Australia's bananas. They apply fungicides to control yellow sigatoka every 2 or 3 weeks, whilst in the Philippines, fungicides to control sigatoka are applied every 3 to 5 days, more than 50 times a year. I'll be talking to APVMA shortly about the accumulation of fungicides and pesticides on products eaten by Australians. How will you assess that kind of food safety?
So the food safety elements are not part of the assessment that we're doing in this assessment of alternative measures. That's restricted to the issues as it relates to the biosecurity risk of the importation of the product. Certainly APVMA and others would be able to provide more information as to things like MRLs and others as how they would apply in the food standards. That would also apply. But as I say, they're not part of this particular assessment, which is focused on the biosecurity risk.
Right. So you don't work across departments in making this assessment. This is you don't have to consult with other departments in making this assessment. It's purely the biosecurity element of the Department of Agriculture.
So yes, this is purely a biosecurity risk assessment. We of course consult with other departments where there are issues that might be relevant to their area of regulation and provide them with information as we would work through the process. But as far as the assessment that we are doing, it is about the potential for biosecurity risk to be transmitted through the importation of bananas in this particular case. That is the focus of that assessment.
Thank you for your patience, Chair.
Look, that's all right. Thank you very much, Senator MacDonald. Just in case anyone's wondering, yes, we've had a bit of a substitution in the chair. I'm not Tony Sheldon, I can assure you of that. But good to be back on the RAC committee tonight. Thank you very much, Matt.
Before we go on, it is National Banana Day today, and I just want to wish everybody a very happy National Banana Day.
I think you've done a disservice by letting it sit there for hours.
You're right, I should have eaten it immediately.
That's like this morning, my banana didn't last long.
I'll go with that clarification. I was wondering where that was going. Anyway, good on you, Susan. All right, now, Senator Hanson, I'll give you the call and then I'll go to Senator Pocock. Senator Hanson.
Thank you very much. Just one question with regards to this before I go to the sheep. It is my understanding years ago that under biosecurity we could actually deny any import of any food into the country if we didn't have that disease, so to protect our own biosecurity here. But if we actually did have that disease, we cannot stop the importation of product from other countries if they wanted to sell it to us. Is that still the case these days?
So, Senator, if a disease was present in Australia and not being managed, then we would not be able to put additional measures that don't apply domestically on a product that was being imported. In this situation, for example, with banana freckle remains under management control. So there are limits on the movement of banana products out of the Northern Territory. So we are able to put in place measures that are equivalent to what's applied domestically for any imports. So in this case, we would be able to apply measures for banana freckle should we get to that point. But obviously that's a long way in the future.
Now, I want to ask questions about APVMA. Are they here?
Not yet, Senator. We're still on outcome 2.
Well, I was told that this is, and I can ask the questions of
they're
APVMA.
They're on after us, Senator.
We're the same committee as we were before. When you were here earlier, we're still going.
All right, well, then I'll go back to this. Minister, you didn't answer me the question that you've closed down live sheep export industry on animal welfare grounds. Do you and your department recognise that foot rot is a serious animal welfare issue in Australia? Yes or no?
Well, it's an issue, a serious issue, yes. I think that any disease that impacts on animals is one that we'd be concerned about.
Thank you. The APVMA recognises the need for this vaccine and has been working with farms to expedite access. Do you and your department recognise the industry's need for this Australian manufactured vaccine?
It's not something that I'm an expert on, Senator Hanson, which is why we made the point before about the APVMA being the ones to put those questions to.
I know, they're not here. Your government has allocated almost $140 million to the sheep industry as compensation for closing down live sheep exports on animal welfare grounds. Would it be too much to ask that 1% of this money be reallocated to expedite access to custom R violets to give farmers an effective weapon to deal with foot rot?
Well, I'm happy for the department might be able to help me with this, but I'm not. That's not the way that the department and funding has worked, in my understanding, in regards to veterinary medicines. Like, that is something that is handled by the APVMA, and I think the acting secretary was making the point that one of the commercial suppliers would have to apply, and I think that's the thing that's lacking. But the APVMA would be the ones that would be able to clarify that.
Well, my understanding is the APVMA supports this, right? And they've been working with the sheep farmers. It is a commercial enterprise, and yes, I understand that. But also the fact is that it's not a market, it is market failure because the vaccine works. So therefore, to go commercially with it, they're not going to make a lot of money out of it. And this is where I've been advised there's a lab in New South Wales, the Elizabeth MacArthur Agricultural Institute, operated by the New South Wales DPI, which can make this vaccine if it's brought up to spec. Now, to do that, it's going to cost about $1.5 million to have that vaccine available to the sheep farmers. Because, as I said earlier, the cost of the sheep farmers is about $83.4 million a year. And that's what it would cost to bring it up. The department said the previous manufacturer, Predilia, has indicated historic sales of the vaccine don't financially justify registration of the product. This is what I'm saying. If the product was done backed by the Australian government to actually do the vaccine, which was an Australian product far better than any imported product for the vaccine, that then would actually help the sheep producers, and it would be helping the industry as well. So that is and that's what the sheep farmers want. All they want is a bit of assistance and help to get this, and the New South Wales Department, DPI, are quite happy to make the vaccine there, but it has been brought up to spec. Now, would the government be prepared to actually look at this?
I'm happy to take it on notice, and hence, and obviously wouldn't be a decision that I would necessarily make, but I'm happy to take it on notice and give you a thorough response. I think I understand the points that you're making now compared to when you were in here earlier. Yeah, well, my understanding is the APVMA are very supportive of the sheep farmers and the industry and want to do this. And I know that the acting secretary said earlier it's a commercial enterprise, but it's not a commercial enterprise for people to make money out of it because it works, and therefore they're not going to be spending the money to it. Understand, yeah. All right? Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Senator Hanson. Now, Senator Pocock, you've got the call.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your time this evening, tonight. I've got some questions about the carp virus. Right. Yep, great. I'm interested when DAF last briefed the Minister on the status of the carp virus release and what the current reasons for delay are.
So I'm happy to start.
Thank you.
Christy Slawczak, Acting Deputy Secretary, Biosecurity Operations and Compliance Group. I might start with what progress has been made and where the program is up to. So acknowledging that carp management is a fundamental challenge across Australia to landowners, and we are currently prioritising the necessary research, regulatory assessments and also national coordination needed to allow the potential safe release of the virus. There are a number of steps that need to go through because of the potential implications, which we are expediting, and the work is expected to be completed under the Carp Biological Control Plan by 2028. And just to jump back in terms of the actual agreement for what's been happening over the last little while. So the National Carp Control Plan, which was published in November 2022, found there is a potential for the carp virus to be used as a biological control agent. However, that more research was needed before an evidence-based decision could be made to ensure that the virus was safely released. Subsequent to that, in October 2023, Agriculture Ministers approved additional research as the Carp Biological Control Program, and that had 7 very specific areas of research to prioritise, as well as looking at the program of work to undertake the necessary legislative and regulatory approvals. And so just to provide a bit of context, some of those priority research areas were around addressing the susceptibility of non-target species to the carp virus, evaluating potential impacts on threatened species, improving predictions of virus transmissibility under natural environment conditions, conducting a cost-benefit analysis of the virus release and management, validating modelling to support decision-making, and exploring integrated carp management approaches. A technical advisory group was then established to kind of flesh those actions out into a detailed research program that involved members of government, members of industry, and specific scientific expertise. And that was referred to as a CARP Scientific Advisory Group. That group met during 2023 and 2024, and at the moment has prioritised for those 7 action areas some procurement for specialist research specialists to undertake the work that is needed. And a number of those procurements are happening at the moment and have been prioritised or in final stages, with indicative completion times by and large across most of those for March 2027 and October 2027. And ultimately, alongside the outcomes of those research programs, we will be progressing legislative and regulatory approvals, which might have been briefed previously across a number of agencies, DAF, DQ, and also APVMA, and obviously engaging with state and territory ministers and also heads of agencies. And so when we have the research completed, we've got the regulatory approvals, we are working to do an implementation plan around if all of that supports a safe release of the virus, that will ultimately be taken as a package under the CARP control plan to agriculture ministers by 2028 for a decision.
Thank you. I really appreciate, one, your work on this and that very succinct update. When did you last brief the Minister on this?
The Minister has not been briefed on this as the progress is still underway, Senator, and the important part is that under the National Carp Control Plan, which had extensive work done within the program, and there were a range of research papers coming out of that program, particularly highlighting the research that is helping to assess the carp virus as a biocontrol agent, but also looking at the implementation. So big part, but they're also highlighting that there were still some key research questions, and these research questions were mainly focusing on non-target species. And that's a really important part because there are some species where there were still uncertainties if they will be affected by the virus, if it would be released in the environment.
Thank you. I'm more interested in, I guess I appreciate the work you're doing. I'm keen to dig into some of the politics, as I find it surprising, given that the Minister has been in there for a while now, that she hasn't been, that the Minister's office hasn't requested a briefing on the carp virus.
Senator, I'd have to confirm the date, but the Minister has been briefed as the chair of the Agriculture Ministers meeting, and it has been the subject of conversation, I know, in the last 12 months. We'll have to confirm dates where it's been the consideration of all ministers.
Thank you, Ms Saunders. If you're happy to confirm the date, that would be great. And in terms of funding, department has enough funding to undertake all of this work until October 2027?
Yes, we're adequately funded to undertake the activity.
Great. And you're going to complete the sort of regulatory side of things concurrently as the research progresses?
That's the intent.
And how confident are you for a 2028 release date?
On the facts known before us, we're confident we can deliver by 2028.
Sorry, Senator, just to clarify, that's in terms of providing the advice to ministers for a decision versus a date for release.
The work will be done by 2028.
So there should be no impediment for release by 2028?
Well, we can't preempt an outcome, Senator, as to what the outcome will be, but the plan will be to complete the work by 2028.
Okay. But that will include regulatory...
That's the intent.
Yes. Okay, great. And how long after that decision would the release likely be?
What?
Once a decision is made, I think that could occur relatively quickly, so I'm presuming we're talking weeks, months, not years.
Okay. And is there any way that this timeframe could be compressed to try and speed this up, given the impact we're seeing of carp on our river systems? And I understand there's risks, but because I talk to researchers and they acknowledge that there may be some risk, but you have to actually weigh that against the risk of waiting until 2028, 2029 to intervene.
I agree, Senator. And as you have heard, as I've heard, we certainly recognise the serious impact of carp on Australian river systems. They are an invasive species, and we know their impact's significant. So if there is, certainly our team is alive to the fact that we will move as quick as humanly possible, knowing the risks we're carrying. But as we've been talking for the last hour or so, the importance of managing the biosecurity risk. So we do need to be alive to the unintended consequences of releasing this into our waterways, and so we do need to do this properly, but we will do it as quickly and as efficiently as possible.
And I guess that's particularly the focus about wanting to do things concurrently as well, versus kind of doing them in order, so we can kind of do both the regulatory approvals at the same time, or assessments at the same time as doing the research.
Great, thank you. And as part of that work that you're currently procuring, does that include testing in sort of contained out-of-lab bodies of water, farm dams, or whatever it might be? What's the scope of that testing?
The testing is all done within lab facilities that have the accreditation, and because there's no approval at the moment yet to release the virus into the environment, no field trials can be done at this stage. But they will be part of that implementation phase as soon as the approval is given for if the carp virus can be released.
So field trials?
They're part of the implementation process.
And who are all the various agencies that need to approve?
There are 3 Commonwealth agencies. One is the Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forests that has to look after the obligations under the Biocontrol Act and the Biosecurity Act. The DQ, the Environment under the PBBC Act, and APVMA to look at the biocontrol approach and registration.
Okay. Well, thanks again. I really appreciate your work on this, and Minister, I'll be seeking sort of briefing and updates along the way, if that's all right. One of the other things I was just keen to get your some information on is whether the department is looking at gene drive technology and some of the emerging, I guess, breakthroughs in terms of mouse gene drives and how that fits into research priorities and helping both agriculture but also biodiversity with invasive species management.
Yes, thank you, Senator. We are certainly engaging with CSIRO on the current development of gene drive and when that can be applied for rabbit or for other invasive species. The department directly is not involved at this stage as CSIRO is progressing those research aspects, but as we stay in contact with them, we will look at when those techniques could be suitable for invasive species management.
And would DAF play a role in the regulatory, the approval side of thing, or do you have an idea of who would be involved in that?
I have to take that on notice, but from my knowledge, it would not be DAF that would provide the approval. It would be the gene technology regulator, I assume, but I have to take that on notice.
Okay, thank you. And maybe just on notice, any other, I guess, work in this space that DAF has undertaken, given I think it's an area of huge opportunity for the country, given the expertise at CSIRO, University of Adelaide and a few other places. So thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
My pleasure. Thank you very much, Senator Pocock. That might be the outcome too, I think. Oh, no, sorry. Colbeck. Actually, Dunnian, where's Jono? No, I don't think he has questions. All right.
Senator Colbeck.
Senator Colbeck. Hope you're enjoying that banana there, Senator, too, by the way. Delicious. Yeah, delicious. Now, Senator Colbeck, you've got the call, and then was there someone else on the call? And then Senator McKenzie, and then Senator Roberts, just so everyone knows my next line of calls. So, Senator Colbeck, fire away.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to get an update on potato mop-top virus and where the department's at with respect to understanding where that might have come from.
Senator, the short answer, Dr. Gabriel Vivian Smith's coming to the table, but the short answer is we're yet to identify the source of mop-top virus and may not identify the source, noting the amount of time it has been in Tasmania. But I'll hand over to Dr. Vivian Smith to provide further advice.
We'll come to all the details around that because, you know.
Yes, so Gabrielle Vivian Smith, the Australian Chief Plant Protection Officer. So the mop-top or potato mop-top virus is believed to have been in the country for at least 2 years, based on what we know in terms of tracing at this point. But it's not known exactly how it arrived in Australia. Potentially could have come in on a number of different pathways and may have been here for quite some time.
So what are the vectors that you believe are the viable ones?
So the potential pathways are probably similar to those that were the case in New Zealand in 2018 when the virus was first detected in New Zealand. They identified some potential pathways, but they could not define precisely what pathway it had come in on. It had been in the country for at least 2 years in that case as well, and the pathways that they looked at and tried to work through but failed in terms of identifying the likely pathway were things like seed potato that may have come through an official program somehow not being detected, seed potato that had come through an unofficial program, so had been sort of brought into the country through some other pathway, could have come in on soil or through potentially potting media as well. One of the reasons for that particular consideration is that the main vector for or agent that spreads mop-top when it's present in a country is another disease organism.
Potato scab.
Yeah, potato scab. And potato scab produces, it can reside in the soil for maybe 12, 18 years, and inside those resting spores of the potato scab, you can have the mop-top virus staying there, stable, viable, for many, many years as well. So it's quite a cryptic organism, difficult to track and trace, and that's why New Zealand concluded that it could have come in on a few different pathways, and the same logic really applies in terms of Australia. And I might, we do have quite a lot of testing of potato, seed potato material at our border. Yep. And my colleague, Dr. Finnan, can elaborate on that if necessary.
I want to come to that as well because I want to investigate or interrogate both of those or two of those pathways in particular based on a number of conversations I've had within the industry, and it's around that trace forward, trace back conversation that I know is happening through Biosecurity Tasmania, and I'm sure you're engaged in that process or getting reported on from it as well. So there seems to be a common agreement, if you like, assessment that it's been there for at least 2 years?
That's correct.
And that's based on...
It's based on one of the locations where they've detected it and the knowledge that they have of the potato when those seed potatoes were planted at a research site.
But also it's spread around the state and the number of locations that they've found so far.
That's correct, yeah. Senator.
And so there's as far as I understand, two common pathways that exist with respect to where it may have come from, one being a tuber, a mini tuber, and whether that's licit or illicit, that remains an open question.
So, Senator, they found it at 9 infected sites to date. Some of those are potato-growing sites, some of them are seed in storage, and
I think
one of them
your
is a
information's
research
a bit
site.
out of date, because I had a briefing with a group last week and they've found at least 10 and they said they're ready to announce more.
Yes,
so.
and they found them in retail stores as well, so symptomatic potatoes. So it would appear to be quite widespread, and when something's widespread like that, it's very difficult to trace it back to any specific origin.
Yeah. So the common vector, from what I've been able to determine, is either a tuber or a mini tuber that came out of a growing out facility in Victoria, grown in medium, utilising peat imported from the Netherlands.
Senator, I'm not aware of that particular example.
Well, it's a common vector across all of the different location sites in agriculture in Tasmania, as far as I understand it.
There's been no positive detections in Victoria. There have been some traces from Tasmania into Victoria, and they've all been managed. So
I'll come to that in a moment. So the vector backwards goes to GO material imported or grown out in 2021. Then the G2 material that was grown in Tassie in 22-23 being one of the vectors for spreading it around the state, including into the research site which we talked about.
Senator, I'm not aware of a tracing back to a single mini tuber.
Well, it would have been more than that, because it was mini tubers grown out in material that were that was infected. So it was the mini tubers that picked up the infection from the peat, is the point that that's been put to me, which is the common vector from pulling all of the strings together in the locations that have been not supermarkets, but all of the other farm sites, agricultural sites within Tasmania. That's the common vector.
Thank you, Senator. That's interesting information. I'm happy to take further inquiries about that on notice and follow up with my colleague in Tasmania.
Okay. So we had a private briefing recently asked about DNA testing of the material, which could help identify source country. Has there been any work done on that?
There has been. I'm aware that the Tasmanian Agricultural Research Institute, are considering that particular line of investigation, but it's not as simple as they need to find the right genetic regions and have the right reference material. So they're considering whether that is a viable thing to do.
Sorry, yeah. But that also goes to how you might treat it, because if you know the source, and my understanding is that there are different variants that have different impacts and different treatment regimes. Although, as you say earlier, managing the scab is the key element to managing the virus.
Yes, Senator, there's a few different, I guess, integrated pest management options that involve managing the scab, managing the rotation in the soil, understanding the distribution of the virus and the scab. But also, one thing we're not clear on at the moment is the strain of the potato mop top that we have and the virulence of that strain, and that has been identified as something that would be really useful to know.
Which is the point behind my DNA question. In terms of the testing that's occurring around the country, it's been put to me that the testing has different levels of sensitivity based on different enzymes that are used in different labs for testing, and they are providing different results. So one test of a particular piece showing, and I think it was in a South Australian lab that was doing the testing, showing no trace, but another test of effectively the same material from the same sample in Tasmania showing up a significant level of virus. Is there some work being done to ensure consistency of testing across all of the different jurisdictions? Because it seems, well, it appears, and it's been put to me, that different sensitivity of testing is or isn't showing up results in samples.
So, Senator, there are a few different parameters that need to be, I guess, assessed and agreed on when undertaking the testing. It can be the way the sample is taken from the tuber, the tissue where it's taken. It can be the number of tubers used in a subsample, for example, and then it can also be other factors such as the enzymes or the buffer solutions that, as you've mentioned, and it can also be the cut-off points at which when they're doing a PCR test as well. So that has been the subject of some discussion nationally, and determination of, labs often have slightly different ways of doing things, and that's frequently the subject of discussion when doing diagnostic testing and ensuring that consistent results can be achieved.
The concern for me is to make sure that we understand where it is in all circumstances, because one source out of Tasmania where it has been tested from and has had material that's turned up in Victoria this year testing positive, were convinced that they had it last year, and material from that source went to Victoria last year, and yet it's not showing up in Victorian tests. And the question is whether it's a matter of time or whether it's a variation in the testing because of the point that, or the issue that had been raised with a piece of material tested in one location and getting a very different result from another location, which is why the question is being raised about the consistency and the sensitivity of testing. And so, and I don't understand the term, but the term was used to me about 100% testing versus 65% testing, and I don't know what the relevance of those two numbers means, but 100% testing in Tassie versus 65% testing in other jurisdictions.
So, Senator, I'll have to take the details of that question on notice, but I believe that percentage relates to the statistical sampling regime that's being used.
Okay. So would that have an indicator? Would that be an indicator towards sensitivity?
It can be, but usually if the virus, it depends on how infrequently the virus is distributed across the sample as well. So as to what level of sampling you need. When you're trying to prove that something's absent and you believe that it is absent, you may not do the same level of testing as when you have detected it, but you think it's at a very, very low frequency and you really, really want to find every last positive sample. So there can be different reasons why you might choose different sampling regimes. But I'm
But
happy to take your question about this on notice.
But wouldn't it be in our interest to have a good understanding of where it is everywhere? I mean, so wouldn't you test in everywhere to the highest level of sensitivity to make sure, particularly given the information that I've been given, that material that is part of the G0, G1, G2, G3, now this year 24-25 G4 material, so it's all from the same stock.
Yeah.
And so the G2 stuff went to the mainland last year. It's the G3 stuff that we're finding this year because we didn't, observant farmer, found it in his paddock and then we went looking. But wouldn't we want to know as quickly as possible where it is? Because, I mean, it's been there for, we think it's been there perhaps for 2 years, but perhaps if it came in that GO material in 2020, 2021, then it's, and we've already determined in Tasmania it's not eradicable, so it's now moved to management. Wouldn't everyone else want to understand that as quickly as possible too?
Yes, Senator, I think that now we're moving to management, it's really important that we understand where the virus is and where it isn't. Equally, there needs to be a sampling regime that's cost effective and not incredibly, burdensome economically as well. So these are certainly questions that we'll be looking at nationally over the coming months.
Coming up soon. How much longer have you got?
Not much longer. Okay. I'm sorry it's technical, but...
You're making me hungry, all the talk about chips, you see.
I love me man salad, Raf, so if we can probably... Steak and chips, we'll do a pommes frites.
All right, perfect, done.
So what engagement are we federally having with respect to the management across the country? I mean, each jurisdiction has its own biosecurity requirements in place and they are playing out as they are at the moment at a local level. What role are we playing given... Well, I'll give an opinion, I won't ask you to, it's not fair. The probability that it's across a number of jurisdictions now. And that's my perspective, not... Yeah. So I'm not putting those words in your mouth.
It's only been reported as present in Tasmania at this stage, just being clear on that. So how we're working together, we've been working together through the Consultative Committee for Emergency Plant Pests initially when the detection was first reported. Yep. That's all of the state and territory biosecurity agencies, and it also includes industry representatives under the Emergency Plant Pest Response Deed. So that's AusVeg and the Green Life Industry Australia, so what used to be the nursery industry. So they were considering the situation and the eradication feasibility. Once they've made a determination that it's no longer technically feasible to eradicate, the pest will move to management. And the role of the Commonwealth and the states and territories is to continue to work together under other national biosecurity arrangements such as Plant Health Committee and through the subcommittees of Plant Health Committee. However, we are working closely with our colleagues in industry and the Commonwealth together with industry will be convening a number of workshops. I was conferring with my colleague from AusVeg today and there will be a national workshop to discuss how we can move forward nationally with the most optimal management and most optimal trade and market access requirements nationally.
So given there's someone in Tassie who think they sent G2 material to Victoria last year, so there's 20... wouldn't there be, is there a coordination process for you in doing a trace forward to where the locations where that material went to and doing some comprehensive testing? Or is that something that Victoria would do?
So that's something Victoria is responsible for following up on. In that particular situation, Victoria did follow up, and the material was it was kind of test material for testing whether that cultivar or seed potato line was suitable for processing, and so it was in the processing in a processing kind of situation where it was being tested, and so it hadn't been planted. And the biosecurity risk of that material was managed through effective destruction and disposal, decontamination.
G2 material.
I don't know the report, the positive trace to Victoria.
I know that there's been some material found in storage.
Yeah, so
which
that
I understand was G3
managed.
material.
Okay.
And that has been managed. I get that. But what I'm saying to you is that my understanding is that material went the year before that as part of as G2 material as part of grow out.
I don't believe there's been. I think that the testing that's been undertaken on earlier material has been negative.
Well, how would you test it if it had been planted and grown? It wouldn't be available to test. The only thing you could test is the location where it was grown. Yes,
I'll have to take that one on notice as well, Senator. We're getting
I'm not trying to be...
Yeah, we're getting to sort of a level of detail where Victoria is the lead on this particular matter, and they are the ones that hold the information.
Thank you for your time. I'll leave you alone. Thank you,
thanks, Senator Colbeck. Now, Senator McKenzie.
I just wanted to quickly go back to the beef issue that Senator Canavan was prosecuting. And then I've got some questions about biosecurity inspections after sunset. Mr. Smith, Dr. Smith, g'day. I just wanted to clarify, has a draft letter to Cattle Australia been sent to the Minister's office in response to their letter?
Not that I'm aware, Senator.
Okay. And so the meeting that was had... Sorry? Yeah. But I'm assuming the Secretary didn't draft it.
Sorry, Senator, I should clarify that letter was to the Secretary.
Secretary Fennessy. So was a letter drafted for Secretary Fennessy to respond to Cattle Australia? My apologies.
From my recollection, Senator, no, it was not. I recall we had a conversation in regards to that correspondence, and it was a decision not to formally respond, noting that there was further public commentary by Cattle Australia, I think, following that correspondence, and as I said, my recollection was a subsequent meeting with the Secretary.
Yeah, okay. I just wanted to outline some of the concerns, I guess. One of the concerns raised by cattle producers is the lack of equivalence between systems. For instance, the US audits our systems. Do we audit theirs in the same way?
We can, Senator, and do if it's necessary and appropriate.
Do they only audit us when it's necessary?
I'll hand over to Mr. Black.
Thank you.
Senator, They ordered us on a regular rotation. I believe it's 3 years.
Okay, so there doesn't need to be an issue for the US to audit us. That's just something BAU for them. Every 3 years they come and audit our system.
That's
right. Yep. Do we have a similar equivalence in auditing their systems?
We don't have a mandated time frame in terms of auditing the US in terms of imported food safety. However, if we had a concern around the safety of any product or had seen a change or non-compliance, then as part of the program we have a capacity to go and audit if we need to.
You can understand the concern of primary producers that you have to be aware of an issue and be concerned enough about that issue to instigate an audit of their system. Senator Canavan, in his questioning...
Sorry, Senator, that's for food safety purposes.
For food safety?
Yep.
What about export of food? So in terms of we have nothing in place to audit their systems around the importation or export of food, primary product. Beef, as a specific example.
We have a requirement for checking at the border.
At our border?
At our border. So all consignments are referred for certificate check at the border. So this is certificate of trade because we've deemed that in a food safety context that the systems are equivalent. Having had a look at both I can run you through the assessment if you'd like. We looked at their food safety laws and administrative systems that govern the safety of the food, national competent authorities and their responsibilities, government food safety controls and export conditions that manage the foodborne hazards associated with the food, verification...
So, sorry, I just want to go back to the lack of equivalence. The audit that they conduct on our systems is around food safety?
It's around... they audit the department as the competent authority that we are managing the system appropriately.
Right.
To make sure that the meat meets the requirements of the US market.
Right.
Yes.
My question goes to us having an equivalent process in terms of auditing their department and their systems.
I don't have a defined process yet, Senator, but as I suggested, if there is a concern around the safety of the meat product, we could go and audit the US system.
How would you become aware that there's an issue with the safety of the food product?
Because product at a 5% rate will be tested at the border for foodborne issues such as E. coli, for steaks and whole muscle meat. For ground beef, it will be STEC, which is the nastier version of that, and that is done at a similar rate that would be done for Australian beef entering the US market.
So that is the only way, at border is the only way we would have that 5% testing rate is the only way we'd work out there was an issue?
The other way that you might be, and when you see a foodborne disease outbreak, is if consumers are suddenly sick, and that would trigger, trace back through domestic systems as to what the cause of that food safety incident was. You might see recalls of product, and that would hypothetically trigger me as the regulator of the imported food to ask questions of the competent authority, that is the US, that are providing the certification that the product meets the requirements of the Australian market in a food safety sense.
So an outbreak or our testing regime at the border of 5%, that's human health consumers. Yep. Is there any other biosecurity?
That's a matter for the biosecurity side because there's a biosecurity assessment
Dr.
at the border
Smith,
too.
What testing do we do? So we've got Mr. Black it's my eyes. Mr. Black, testing for human health impacts? And what about biosecurity risks? Do we audit, are our systems equivalent around biosecurity assessments and system audits?
Yes, so Senator, so an example would be if there was a notification of a disease outbreak through the World Organisation for Animal Health, like foot and mouth disease in Europe that we saw, we'd then take immediate action to stop permits immediately, like we did with Hungary and Germany. We then work through the system of assessing the risks of that product, the time frame. So a similar approach would be taken with the US, and we do that with a range of commodities.
Right, but we need an outbreak before we know that.
So we've assessed their system to manage biosecurity risks. We've looked at the way they manage TB.
Senator Canavan, do we have an equivalence between our systems when it comes to biosecurity? Does the US audit us for biosecurity risk in the same way the food safety systems are?
Senator, when the US come and audit our system, they look at our management of animal disease. Yes.
Right. So my question is there a reciprocal arrangement the other way?
So
do we audit? Because it's sounding like we don't audit them, and no one wants to say that.
No, we will audit if
there's an outbreak.
No, I haven't finished.
But not every 3 years.
I haven't finished this. So we regularly audit if we deem it necessary to do so. So we won't have a scheduled system of audits if there's no means to do so.
So ours is based on if we get an outbreak of human disease or biosecurity breach, we will go and audit. But I'm not hearing that there is an equivalent system in place where we have a rostered system of auditing the US Department the same way that they do us. A yes or no answer, gentlemen, should suffice this question. Dr Smith, I'll go...
No, and we don't have trade yet, so...
Thank you. There does seem to also a heavy reliance on the US systems to mitigate risk, including in abattoirs. But there does seem to be the specific traceability of stock in the US or the animal ID equivalent. And I think that was going to Senator Canavan's questions about some countries bordering the US. Some countries bordering the US have quite sophisticated, highly developed traceability systems. We would have equivalent systems here. And other, obviously to the south of Mexico, don't. So I'm just wanting to understand if you could explain to me the risk, to mitigate risk, including in abattoirs in the US, of cattle that is clearly we're unable to trace once it gets into Mexico. We're unable to ascertain where it has come from. And you've given a good explanation about why it might not make its way into feedlots, given that they're mostly steers, but they will make their way to an abattoir.
So, Senator, when we went and did our assessment, we did actually do a trace back of ground beef to see whether that would be traced back to premises, and we found that to be adequate. The traceability for animal diseases we've assessed as well. Whilst they don't have exactly the same system as NLAS, they have more of a modular approach where they have a lot of state-based systems. It's different, but it's not identical, but it's deemed to be equivalent. So we've done in-depth assessments of those. We use the same traceability mechanisms, like I said, for reproductive material. So there is confidence in the tracing of their systems, particularly with TB, particularly with brucellosis. They've not had FMD since 1924, Mexico as well. So a lot of those major diseases either aren't present or they have adequate systems to trace for free herds or test TB-free herds before they enter the supply chain.
So and my last question on this topic, what are the assessment processes for meat that is imported through Mexico? What are they?
So there's no... So the products that come in from Mexico are live cattle that they trace. So they, as I said before, there's approximately 1.2 million Mexican cattle that come into their feedlot systems because they
legally.
Well, they used to.
It's a pretty porous border.
Well, at the moment,
not just for
at the moment it's closed because the screwworm flight has been for some time, which shows that the system works. But it typically come in as young steers, or, as I said. They then go into the supply chain, they get fed up, they then go into the abattoirs. So we're not importing meat from Mexico, they're importing and verifying
animals,
live animals, and then that goes into the supply chain and that gets part of the ante-mortem and post-mortem testing for TB, as Mr Black could explain further, and that's what we rely on to meet our ALOP to import products into Australia.
But you deem those as Mexican cattle?
So they are born and raised in Mexico, brought into US and slaughtered in the US.
So you're confident with the traceability of the Mexican?
We're confident that the traceability that the US provide for particular cohorts of cattle from particular regions, it's not everywhere, and we required additional requirements in the protocols that they did in December and January to make sure they could have traced back to farm of origin.
And how do you test that?
We haven't tested it per se. We have assessed it as a desktop assessment and talking to officials, and we are confident that that system is sufficient to meet our requirements.
Well, we will see, and let's hope it's not through an outbreak, because it was absolutely a political decision.
Oh, that's just incorrect.
Okay.
The department have talked through a thorough process.
No, I have no doubt the department's processes, but I do doubt the timing and the lack of engagement with our primary producers' concerns, which were legitimate, and letters still haven't been answered.
Well,
more concerned about the American beef producer and keeping them happy with this particular deal than we are with our producers. I just wanted to go to some questions on biosecurity inspections on live shipments out of Darwin. Thanks, gents. Thank you. So just in terms of our biosecurity inspections for ocean-going vessels, incredibly important, particularly where they go to and come from. Just very quickly for the committee, can you just outline what are the risks and diseases we're seeking to prevent as a result of those inspections?
Hi, Senator. Monica Collins, First Assistant Secretary of Biosecurity Operations Division.
Thank you.
So, as you say, the department, we do maritime inspections across all vessel types, and specifically on the vessels that are for live cattle. The types of risks that we're trying to manage is direct contact with infected animals or hitchhiker pests. So some of the risks include foot and mouth disease and avian influenza. Also indirect contact via contaminated surfaces or materials or airborne particles. And the risks there include African swine fever, Q fever and Newcastle disease. Also for arthropod vectors, insects such as biting flies, midges and mosquitoes. Again, lumpy skin disease and blue tongue virus. And then also airborne transmission through respiratory droplets and droplet nuclei, where risks include foot and mouth disease, avian influenza, Q fever, and bovine respiratory disease complex.
Very important work. So part of your preventative work is conducting biosecurity inspections on vessels, including inspecting the livestock vessels prior to the commencement of loading. So when a vessel arrives at port, it's essential that the vessel is inspected promptly to ensure that it's not a risk. Then we can get the cattle out of the yard onto the ship. Is that sort of the way it's done?
That's right, yep.
How do you actually... Oh, anyway, now I'm getting down nerd street, so I'll just not worry about that. In September 23, DAF informed cattle exporters in the top end, including at our busiest cattle port in Darwin, that they'd no longer be conducting biosecurity inspections after sunset. That means some vessels may go uninspected at the port for 10 to 12 hours at a time. Is that correct?
So it's correct that we've got a policy that our inspections on cattle vessels are done during daylight hours, and that's based on the scientific advice about our ability to effectively identify the biosecurity risks that we're looking at. And so, as I mentioned, some of those things such as the live invertebrates, which would exhibit diurnal activity, they wouldn't be active at night time or in the colder sort of nighttime environment. And so the effectiveness of our inspections in detecting those if they were on the vessel would be less effective. So that's an example of why we manage the inspections during daylight hours. Having said that, we also understand the nature of the business in terms of live cattle exports. It's a pathway that is really quite responsive, and so if we're aware of a vessel that has arrived overnight, we generally there at first light in the morning to conduct the inspections. And similarly, if a vessel arrived late in the afternoon, we'll make every effort, and most of the time we're successful at that, being able to make the inspections in the evening. There is obviously parts of the vessel that are below deck that are in artificial light and those sorts of things. So as long as we've got daylight hours to do the part of the inspection that we need daylight hours, we can also be a bit flexible such that we can start just before
below
dawn
deck
or just after.
At docks, and then come back at first light to do upper decks.
Yep.
Does that ever happen?
That has happened, yes.
Okay. Is there scientific evidence for the rationale you provided around light, temperature, etc.? And if so, has that been made available to industry to explain the rationale behind the decision?
On the basis of the concerns that have been raised by industry, we've met with industry a couple of times over the last couple of months.
Right.
Most recently on the 4th of December, we met with livestock industry representatives and also members of the National Biosecurity Committee, who are also taking very keen interest in this matter, to share the findings in terms of the science that we apply behind the reason for daylight inspection hours. And we also shared with industry some of the non-compliances, the nature of non-compliances that we've been finding on board the vessels. Industry's offered to help reach out to some of the vessel operators to help bring up their levels of compliance. It's quite interesting to note that since December 2024, we've had 4 vessels that have been directed offshore for major non-compliance in terms of cleanliness, and more broadly, approximately 1 in 4 vessels does need cleaning activity to happen while we're undertaking the inspections.
Absolutely. So the evidence from that I've heard from industry is that it's estimated that between $7 and $10 million a year is lost to industry as a result of the additional docking time, essentially half a day. Can you table that scientific evidence that you shared with industry and with members of the Biosecurity Committee to this committee, please?
I haven't got it with me, but I can certainly share that on notice.
That would be wonderful.
Senator,
thank you.
Sorry, I might just jump in to correct. It was the 4th of September in terms of the engagement. I think was it December.
I was thinking like a couple of months ago, oh, am I that tired? No, that's fine. Thank you. Thank you for that. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks a lot. All right, and then we have to break. I know Senator Roberts has been waiting very patiently.
I just want to clarify the timelines in terms of what I gave of the G1, G2, G3 to make sure. My understanding is the G3 goes out to growers who grow out for seed the following season, and it was that material that went to Victoria last year. And so I just want to make sure that I've got the right G sequence in terms of what went where and when for officials to follow up. So I think I might have said G2. I think it's supposed to be G3.
Thank you.
But I didn't want to be in a situation, gave the wrong year, it couldn't have been it. The point is the material went last year, not the stuff that was found this year in storage.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Notice.
Was there something that you were waiting on notice from
There's
the department?
some material, but that will take time, and I'm comfortable with that process.
Okay, so the department's clear about what... Yep, okay. All right. Well, on that note, we're going to break, and we'll be back in 15 minutes. And I promise, Senator Roberts, you've been waiting very patiently. I'll come straight to you after the break. So make yourself a cup of tea. All right, welcome back, everyone. Hope you've got yourselves a very strong cup of tea or coffee for the next 2.5 hours. Now, Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for being here again. I'd like to first of all discuss the decision to allow US beef imports. I'm going to go to FOI Freedom of Information LEX 34322 for some of this information that you charged me $600 for, and heavily redacted, so thanks for that. If I can go through my understanding and pull me up if there needs to be a correction, please. The work the department did in their 2017 review that strictly assessed risk from cattle continuously resident in the applicant country since birth. Then a 2019 assessment following on from that review approved the export to Australia of cattle that have been born, raised and slaughtered in the United States. Then in 2020, the US asked for cattle imported from other countries into the US to be allowed to be imported to Australia via the US. The department then commissioned 2 addendums to the review. Is that correct?
Senator Brant Smith, I'm the First Assistant Secretary of Biosecurity Animal Division. From what I could hear, that sounded correct.
Okay, thank you. So we have a 2017 review, a 2019 approval for US-born cattle, and then a 2020 request to allow cattle not born in the US, and some additional addendums made to the 2017 review to justify that request, correct?
Yes, Senator. So that the original 2017 review was for a number of applicant countries, not just for the US, but that was specifically born, raised and slaughtered in the US. The addendum was to allow for cattle born and raised in Canada and born and raised in Mexico, imported into the US, slaughtered and then brought to Australia.
Thank you. So you made 2 addendums to the 2017 review. One was called Final Report, Risk of Lumpy Skin Disease via Fresh Bovine Skeletal Muscle Meat from Applicant Countries. But you've redacted the name of the second addendum. Why are you hiding it, and what was the second addendum title?
So, Senator, I understand that was part of an FOI process that the decision maker has recently provided that decision and the reasons for doing so that you've received, and that if any of those issues, and I think also you've been provided your options for a review, and if any of those need to be taken further, then you have those avenues to do so.
So, you're saying I can't get that, not only the list of the second addendum, but I can't get it. I can't get it from you, the whole addendum?
So, Senator, I wasn't the decision maker on that FOI. Well, I can say that there was an addendum which I referred to in relation to the expanded access. We did do some additional work around the safety of LSD, lumpy skin disease, in skeletal muscle as a separate process. That was also released publicly, and that deemed that LSD is it can be safely managed in skeletal muscle imports.
Okay, what I'm asking for is the second addendum, a copy of it.
So, Senator, as I mentioned before, I don't have the. I wasn't the decision maker in that process. So, if there is a question around what was provided back to you from the decision maker, who is an officer in the department, then you have the rights to review that decision.
Well, I have the right as a senator to get document that I request in Senate estimates.
We'll take that on notice, Senator. We don't have the documents available at this point in time, and we'll have to consider whether we would seek public interest immunity in relation to those documents.
Okay, I was going to mention that. So if you disagree, you'll have to seek PII.
Indeed.
I'm just wondering what you're keeping from the Senate. The court changed, as far as I can see, that Mexico has said they will certify that Mexican cattle were born and raised in Mexico. That's to stop, apparently, the risk of cattle being brought up from Central or South American countries where lumpy skin or mad cow disease is present into Mexico and then into the United States and exported to Australia. So I just want to ask, Mexico is considered by some to be a narco-terrorist state. Even if you disagree with that assessment, they clearly have a higher risk of corruption and they have a financial incentive to lie about these certificates. Why are we changing our entire biosecurity tolerances because of assurances Mexico has given, not even to us, to another country? They've given those assurances to the United States, not to us.
So, Senator, there was a couple of processes of assessment. So, FSANZ, the Food Safety Australia New Zealand, did their own independent assessment of Mexico as a country. They also assessed US as a country and Canada as a country, and they assessed that their systems, their controls, the ways they manage the BSE risk, which is the mad cow risk, was at the lowest category, Category 1, noting that Mexico's never had a reported case of BSE, and the last case of FMD in Mexico was 1952.
Who did that assessment of the risk with Mexican imports?
So that assessment they referred to as FSANCE, which is a statutory authority under the Department of Health.
Okay.
And that's publicly available.
So we've reviewed Mexican beef. What about Central or South American beef?
So we reviewed the importation of eligible cattle from Mexican supply chains, subject to the protocols that we strengthened with the USDA to ensure that those cattle, so live cattle, not beef, that were brought into the US supply chain could be traced back to their property of origin, that they were sourced from TB and other disease-free herds. They were tested as such, noting that, as I said earlier in evidence, 1.2 million cattle legally come into the US and have done for decades, and then they become integrated as part of the herd. And we've not seen any outbreaks of disease or issues in human health or particularly beef exports from the US that have resulted in disease.
So you're telling me that you've got assurance that cattle from Mexico going to the United States meet your standards? What about cattle that go from South America or Central America into Mexico and then to the United States?
So we're not assessing beyond Mexico. We're only assessing those that have been brought into the US from Mexico, but the FSANCE assessment did look at Mexico as a country in and of itself, and they believed that they had the adequate controls to manage, in this case, the BSE risk. And we've also done a lot of work with the USDA as well to make sure that they have confidence in the system, because they need to protect their domestic herd, which is incredibly important for their own domestic consumption. And noting too, Senator, that we import a lot of genetic material from the US, which relies on the same traceability of straws of semen and embryos into Australia, which we've been doing for decades, and we've never had any cases of disease as a result.
So you're relying upon the United States protecting itself from South American and Central American beef?
We're relying on the fact that we did a systems audit of the US system, which we've relied upon for many years for importation of a number of commodities into Australia that has been done safely.
So we're very efficient with our beef production in Australia. The only way importing US beef gets cheap enough for them to compete with us, with our growers here, is if they're allowed to import cheaper cattle from other countries, slaughter them in the United States and export them to Australia. It's true, isn't it, that if we only allowed beef born, raised and slaughtered in the US, they just wouldn't be able to compete. Yet now we're allowing countries like Mexico in the back door to undercut Australian farmers. Is that correct?
I wouldn't characterise it as that, Senator. The cattle that they bring are specific for their needs, so they are bringing them into the supply chain mostly as feeder cattle, so as steers and as spayed heifers that then get brought into their feedlots. They then fattened up, and then essentially they are then treated as US cattle, and then they would enter our supply chain for market access to us, subject to the raft of conditions that we put in place.
So you're confident that Mexican beef coming into the United States, Mexican cattle coming into the United States, slaughtered in the United States, is not a way for the Americans to undercut our prices in Australia?
So our biosecurity assessment doesn't look at price or competitiveness per se, noting that the price of US beef is quite high at the moment. I'm aware of that, but that's not part of our considerations as part of a biosecurity assessment, because we're not able to look at price comparators or impacts on domestic industry as part of our SPS agreements under WTO.
So I appreciate your direct answers. So there's still... We're exposed to cheaper Mexican cattle coming into the United States and undercutting us in Australia, potentially? How do you know that's not correct?
Well, because I don't think you've been able to point to any evidence that that's the case.
I'm asking if that is a possibility. And
there's
what,
no
what we've
evidence
been
that-
told is it's only the biosecurity risk that's taken into consideration.
Yeah, I understand that, but there's no evidence that what you're suggesting is the case.
I'm not saying there is evidence. I want to know.
Well, then you
has
shouldn't
any-
put something like that then.
I'm asking the question if it's
And
a
I
way
said
of
that
doing
there's
that.
no evidence to support that.
And I'm not saying that I have got the evidence. I'm asking if that's a way, and I've learned that it's not a consideration, it's just biosecurity. So that's still an open-ended...
And I said that there's no evidence to support that.
We're just going around the merry-go-round.
Well,
So, Senator, maybe if I could help. Commercial matters, as far as what consumers will import, are a matter for commercial operators. If there is a commercial viable market that they can bring product in that meets our requirements under biosecurity, then they're able to do so.
Okay. And if there's a problem with it, if it's undercutting Australian beef, then it's up to our beef growers to draw that to whose attention?
Yes, but I think it's unlikely that that's going to be the case.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'd like to move on to fire ants and a broad overview of the federal government exercising to ensure the states are successful, because we're using federal funds in the National Fire Ant Eradication Program.
So thank you, Senator Acting Deputy Secretary of Biosecurity Operations and Compliance Group, Christy Sorzak. So we've been very closely monitoring the delivery of the program as chair of the National Management Group, and as also a key party to all of the governance program and also the technical committee. We've also been working with Queensland and the program specifically by providing compliance and enforcement officers, some assistance around communications.
You've been providing them to Queensland?
Yes, we have.
What are their duties?
Sorry?
What are their duties?
So to provide, for example, assistance on a compliance and enforcement framework, noting that there were a number of detections of importance, having a look at the sort of compliance and enforcement activities done around that, and also working with the program to assess the triggers and the risks, if any of them are being met as a result of the detections. Also working with them to strengthen communications and looking at the messaging that's getting out, particularly some of the success stories, but also some of the targeting of the right messages. And then also, because we are the National Management Group Committee Chair, providing some advice on governance and cost-sharing arrangement. So we work very closely with them to monitor the program, given that there is a significant investment, but also given that we do have that national coordination role in the governance.
Okay, that's where I'd like to go with this, because we do provide a lot of money from the federal taxpayers providing a lot of money for this Queensland program, largely Queensland. Is this government aware of the overreach and intimidating tactics being taken by the states and breaches of regulations on pesticides, particularly in southeast Queensland, sad to say, forcing their way into properties and causing fear and distress to landowners, upsetting women and terrifying crying children? Are you aware of that?
No, we're not, Senator.
Well, it's going on. It's right. Since when is it okay for gates and fences to be broken down with police presence, threatening those with reasonable excuses who withhold consent to strangers forcing their way onto properties, with the view to unlawfully spreading poison when there is not a fire ant within Kui, in breach of the pesticide regulations? Are you aware of that?
No, Senator.
This is exactly what happened recently at Beachmont and Laidley and other places, when property was damaged and officers behaved like criminals in a home invasion while trespassing on private land. The violence came from the officers, not the landowners. I've talked with the landowners. Are you aware of that?
Senator, we've got no evidence to suggest unlawful or misconduct by the program in undertaking their compliance activities.
Can I send you evidence?
Of course, Senator.
Okay, thank you. A property owner, are you aware that a property owner may obstruct and refuse access to officers if they have a reasonable excuse?
Sorry, can you repeat the question, Senator?
Are you aware that a property owner may obstruct and refuse access to officers, that's Fire Ant Eradication Program officers, if they have a reasonable excuse?
To be honest, I don't know the specifics of the legislation under which the program operates in terms of the compliance enforcement. There's state laws and the questions better directed at state government.
Well, the Biosecurity Act says that they can have a reasonable excuse, and then they cannot go onto the property.
We're not applying the Commonwealth Biosecurity Act in relation to this program.
State.
I'm not familiar with their legislation, Senator.
Do you think it's a reasonable excuse to obstruct when a resident has an illness such as asthma or other respiratory ailments confirmed by a medical certificate likely to be made worse by exposure to toxic chemicals, particularly when being sprayed?
Senator, I don't think it's appropriate for me to comment on facts that I'm not familiar with and are the responsibility of state jurisdiction.
Minister, is it a reasonable excuse to obstruct when the chemicals present represent a threat to domestic animals, dogs, cats, birds, if they're exposed to the toxic chemicals?
I'm not aware of those circumstances, Senator Roberts.
Is it a reasonable excuse to obstruct when the chemicals are not being administered according to the safety requirements under the permits issued by the APVMA?
Again, I'm not aware of any existences of that.
Thank you for your truthfulness. It's very helpful. And I'm not trying to have a gotcha moment, but this is very serious in Queensland. Why is aerial application of peroxyprofen occurring on a wide scale on areas where no fire ants have been identified, ever, when the permit number PER 87728 clearly states by way of restraint, quote, do not apply as a preventative measure for red imported fire ant control? Are you aware of that?
No, Senator.
Is it a reasonable excuse, Minister, to obstruct when the administrating authority has already disastrously polluted a significant waterway in the Samford Valley? You'd be familiar with the beauty of that valley, near Brisbane, killing extensive native marine, reptile and insect species?
I'm not aware that's the case, Senator Roberts.
Okay. Is it a reasonable excuse to obstruct when the chemicals have already been shown to not discriminate between insects that have already wiped out thousands of native ants and native bees and their hives?
I'm not aware that's the case.
Okay. By the way, I'm not expecting you to be aware, so thank you.
And also not with any evidence, Senator, that's the case.
No, I'll get people to contact you about that. Where is the environmental safety research that has been done to establish the safety of humans and our native birds and small animals when poisoned insects form part of their food chain? Is there any?
I'll have to take that on notice, Senator.
Okay. Who's responsible for determining what constitutes a reasonable excuse?
As I said, that's a state matter. You have to go to state government.
Shouldn't it be up to a court to decide this crucial question?
Once again, that's a matter for the state government.
Will the Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and what's the other F? Forestry step up to pay compensation to those affected by the misapplication of the fire ant eradication program in Queensland, thanks to the use of federal funds? Are you responsible?
My comments, Senator. No, they're matters for the state.
Thank you for your direct answers. I'll get some contact you.
Welcome that. Thank you, Senator.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Roberts. Now, the Deputy Chair, do you have any more questions? I'll now come to... Thank you, mate.
Just a few to wrap up. First of all, just on the funding situation, obviously, just to confirm, the government's not proceeding with a biosecurity levy.
Tax.
Tax, thank you.
That's correct, Senator.
No taxes. And there are no plans for any future levies or taxes to fund the biosecurity?
As the Minister has said, and as per our discussions with industry, there's an open discussion in regards to sustainable funding for biosecurity and how that should best be done going into the future.
So the government's not ruling out a future tax?
I'm not ruling in or out, but there's been no discussion of tax, no discussion of, I should clarify, Senator, no discussion of taxes.
Right, okay. There was in the incoming government brief to the Minister, it was said, I believe on page 20, that there would be need to be progress on options to ensure Commonwealth biosecurity funding. What progress has been made so far on those options?
So, Senator, I chair the Sustainable Biosecurity Funding Panel. I should come up with another title that was shorter. And through those discussions with industry, we routinely discuss the current state of biosecurity funding, how the department is delivering services in accordance with our cost recovery arrangements, and exploring with them and seeking their views about the future of biosecurity funding in general. So there is an ongoing conversation.
Have there been any proposals taken to Cabinet?
No, there has not been. We have not made any recommendations to government on alternatives.
Okay. All right. I presume there is is there for this financial year, Has any gap been covered by the budgeted funding that was provided, I believe?
That funding was not hypothecated, so that funding continues for the department. The figure allocated to the BPO.
And how long does that go for? Is it just this financial year?
For the forwards.
For the whole forwards?
That's correct.
Okay, so there's no gap for the whole forwards at this
No,
stage?
they're starting from 23-24.
Right,
No
okay.
gap.
Okay.
All right. I might just move on to the intergovernmental agreement on biosecurity, same sort of topic. Have there been any work plans or reports undertaken by the National Biosecurity Committees since 2022?
So in terms of the IGAB review?
Well, I believe this might be something, the questions that come out of the IGAB review, but this is a specific question just about whether there has been any work plans or reports undertaken by the National Biosecurity Committee since 2022.
Yes, so there's been quite a bit of work by the National Biosecurity around the implementation of the IGAB review recommendations from well, even before that date, but also most recently in response to Dr. Michelle Allen's IGAB review report.
Right.
An implementation plan was considered by the National Biosecurity Committee earlier this year and recently endorsed by the Agriculture Senior Officials Committee to be considered by Agriculture Ministers by November for publication by the end of this month. A number of the themes in those in that review particularly looks at improving enhanced strategic governance for the National Biosecurity Committee, better information sharing and transparency and reporting, better engagement with First Nations communities, and also looking at future funding for the system and also future IGAB reviews in terms of what that might look like. So the National Biosecurity Committee has been driving for the last 12 months a large reform program, which actually already provides a lot of progress to date to build on that work, and it will continue particularly for delivery over the next 12 months by the NBC.
Okay. Does the Department or Government consider the current funding levels of the states and territories adequate to handle their biosecurity risks?
Yes, so Senator, that wouldn't be appropriate for us to comment on, the jurisdiction issues.
What's the timeline for implementing the recommendations from the IGAB?
So the IGAB implementation plan has yet to be endorsed by Agriculture Ministers, but I can say, given that work is already being built on at NBC, if considered, subject to that final endorsement, they would be implemented by the end of 2026.
Okay. Are you taking any steps to improve transparency and public reporting for the National Biosecurity Committee?
Yes. And in fact, the National Biosecurity Committee, and again, this will go to Agriculture Ministers, have endorsed a national communications plan to improve transparency, which includes updating website, issuing publications on the sort of issues it's discussing, communiques, and in early November holding a National Biosecurity Forum, which will look at workshops for sustainable investment, research and development with a broad range of stakeholders to help deliver on the National Biosecurity Action Plan.
Okay, has the National Biosecurity Committee published a joint implementation plan?
So that will happen once, if endorsed by Agriculture Ministers. It's due to be published by the end of this year.
Okay, it will be published.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Moving on quickly here, buffel grass. Is there an update on the status of the assessment of buffel grass as a potential weed of national significance?
No update at this point, Senator, except to say that that particular initiative is still under consideration and it's due to be finalised and considered by the National Biosecurity Committee in early next year.
Right, okay. Is it still my presumption here, but I've had discussions with people who disagree with me. My presumption that I thought I got from previous estimates is that for it to be listed ultimately as a weed of national significance, all of the states would need to agree?
So it will be agreed through the National Biosecurity Committee.
And that decisions in that is by consensus?
Yep.
Right, so if one jurisdiction objects to it, doesn't happen?
The legislations, once wouldn't actually relate to any legislations. The states and territories would apply their own legislation to any species that would be coming out of that process.
Right.
So I think, Senator, just to clarify, it would be agreement to the list of priorities, but in terms of how that is taken to be implemented will be subject to jurisdictional laws, their own laws.
Right, they retain their own powers.
So that's right.
Yeah. Okay, so will this upcoming meeting determine whether it will stay on this potential list?
So it will determine the priorities. The assessments are being made based on the nominations that have been provided, and so that will then form the list.
That's right. Maybe on notice, could you come back to us with what science and industry and community consultations has been done as part of this process? Just one final one from me.
As a follow-up to that, could I just ask, once it's been identified on the list, but not necessarily agreed as a priority, can it be taken off the list once it's gone on as something to be considered?
Yeah, and I think given this is the establishment of the list or the initiative, how that the recommendation to NBC will also be the governance around it and what that looks like in terms of review and the adding on or changing of the priorities. And I should just clarify versus taking on notice, Senator, the initiative is actually guided by a steering committee that it does include governments and industry as well, and it has been subject to an open nominations process. So there has been quite a bit of consultation.
Okay. Thank you. Just last line of questioning from me. Can you provide update on the apparent detection of capra beetle in nappy pants, I am told?
Thanks, Senator. Monica Collins, First Assistant Secretary, Biosecurity Operations Division. So you're right, we are responding to a detection of capra beetle in nappies purchased through Woolworths. First reported to the New South Wales Government on the 7th of September and then reported to DAF on the 8th of September.
Just run those dates back through me again, sorry.
So first reported to the New South Wales Government on the 7th of September and to DAF on the 8th of September.
By who?
Right.
Who reported it?
It was a resident who'd purchased nappies and found an insect inside of the nappies.
All right.
So the nappies were distributed to Woolworths, so they were imported into the country in April, where they remained at the warehouse until they were distributed to Woolworths stores between 26th of August and the 4th of September 2025. And once DAF became aware of the detection, all remaining products in Woolworths stores was removed from sale and securely wrapped and stored in freezers at the Woolworths locations. Really importantly, that really early notification and the swift action by both Woolworths and the department is giving us a high level of confidence in our ability to contain the risk. So since becoming aware, we've done a lot of tracing activity, and the actual breadth of the capra detections we've found so far is quite low. So to give you a bit of a snapshot, we're now 1 month in.
So maybe just to jump in, just to support
Yep.
Monica. I guess just very briefly, the department has stood up an incident management response team and has made available 150 staff to look at tracing, store detections, surveillance, diagnostics and communications. And at this point, based on the information that we have, we're satisfied, while things will continue to evolve, that the risk has been contained and is being managed and is not increasing.
I'm told here that, or advised that the department had published an import industry advice on the 7th of July 2022 on capra beetle. It said that they would review emergency measures to put in place to further assess the biorisks of capra beetle. Is that right?
So in 2022, industry 2022.
Yep.
So that would have related to a separate sorry, just the industry advice notice that we're going to do a risk assessment. Is that what you said?
Yeah. Well, the quote I've got here is that. Sorry, it wasn't a direct quote, but I've got here that the government would, or the department would review the emergency measures put in place, and the quote is to further assess the biosecurity risks of capra beetle.
That's right.
Right. So what happened? Did that? What was the result of that assessment that was announced in 2022?
So I think that was the announcement of a risk assessment commencement being undertaken, and my understanding is that risk assessment is close to being published.
Why has it taken 3 years to do that?
I might refer to my colleague.
Dr. Peter Finnan, First Assistant Secretary of Biosecurity Plant and Science Services Division. So my division is responsible for undertaking that risk assessment that you're referring to. It is a complicated issue. As Ms Collins has already indicated, we are close to publishing what is referred to as Part 1 of the review, which looks at the risk of capra beetle through plant and plant product imports. There will be a second part of that review which addresses in much more detail some of the issues that are relevant in this particular section in nappy plants, which is the risk that capra beetle poses as a hitchhiker pest, particularly in relation to sea containers.
I don't want to hold people back longer than they need to. We've got agencies to get to. I just asked why did it take 3 years? I mean, you're talking about what you're going to do. I was asking why did it take 3 years, and we still haven't published it, but it seems like a long time to assess the biosecurity risks of capra beetle.
Agree. As far as the time taken to do the risk assessment, we have done risk assessments in order to implement emergency measures. This particular long-form risk assessment is really to deliver against the expectations under the WTO and the SPS agreement around we are quite within our rights to apply emergency measures as soon as they're necessary, but that we should then undertake an appropriate risk assessment in accordance with international standards to reaffirm that those measures are appropriate.
Yeah, look, given the limited time, I won't delve too much, although there does seem to be much more detail there to do that. I just wanted to ask too that in December 2021, apparently the Inspector General of Biosecurity undertook a review into the robustness of biosecurity measures to prevent entry of capra beetle into Australia. He apparently made 13 recommendations. The Biosecurity Action Plan in 2022 said that none of those 13 had been completed then. That was a while ago. Have they been completed now, those 13 recommendations?
So, Senator, one of those recommendations has been closed. The remaining 12 have not been closed out. When it comes to specific elements as they relate to capra beetle, we have completed the work that was recommended by the Inspector General in his report. The Inspector General also made recommendations which were of a more general nature, if you like, around the legislation, the operation of the goods determination, our general approach to risk assessment, and also our approach to governance. Some of those elements are picked up in broader work that the department is doing, for example, under the Transformation Action Plan, and work we are doing on the review of the goods determination in line with sunsetting of those determinations over the next couple of years.
Okay, look, I'll leave it there in the interest of time, but I think it speaks for itself that 13 recommendations were made now nearly 4 years ago, and 12 of the 13 haven't been closed in your terminology. That seems very slow. All right, thank you. We'll probably have more questions on notice there, but we'll get those back to you. Thank you, Chair. I think we're done with outcome 2.
I think we're done with outcome 2.
Are other senators done with outcome 2? I'll take silence as a yes. All right, on that note, thank the department. You may be free to go, unless anyone else that needs to stay with the relevant agencies that are coming up. And just for the benefit of senators and also people watching home, the Meat and Livestock Australia have also been released as well. All right, we'll suspend just briefly, and we'll get ready with the Australian Pesticides Veterinary Medicines Authority. Are they here? Ready to go. All right. We'll just quickly suspend for 1 minute, and I'll just make sure we find out what we're doing next, okay? So we'll just suspend just for a minute. All right, welcome back, everyone. Now, have we got an opening statement for these guys? Yeah, your secretary does. Okay. All right. I now want to welcome the Australian Pesticides Veterinary Medicines Authority. Welcome tonight. Now, do you have an opening statement?
Let's crack on.
Crack on. I love that. That's a great attitude. Now, I'm happy to hand over to Senator Faruqi, who has, I think, 3 or 4 minutes questions, and then I'll hand over to the Coalition.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you for hanging around till 10. In a response to my question on notice a couple of months ago, the Minister stated that the Australian Pesticides and Veterinary Medicine Authority's review of the regulation of S-GAS was delayed due to additional consultation required with the state and territory chemical coordinators prior to the completion of the proposed regulatory decision. As far as I understand, it has been 4 years since the review started. Why has the consultations taken so long?
Thanks, Senator. Scott Hanson, Chief Executive Officer, APVMA. So you're right in terms of the start of the review, and you're also right in terms of the length of time on the review. The review actually does, I mean, we talk about it as being anticoagulant rodenticides, but it's actually 8 individual products that we're reviewing. They are quite complicated. We had, I think, over 1,700 documents that needed to be assessed to create a proposed regulatory decision. Over the last 2 months, we've been going backwards and forwards in consultation with states and territories with regards to our take on it. And we're pretty confident that we'll be releasing soon a pretty robust proposed regulatory decision for then the 3-month consultation period with general public and community.
Okay, so I guess the deadline of the review into S-GAS has been missed the 2nd time.
Yeah.
Can you say with certainty that the decision will be published in October? Or when will it be published, if not October?
So this is always a tricky one for us because we prefer to err on the side of getting it right rather than trying to rush it to the deadline.
You're not rushing it though, it's been 4 years.
Yeah, well, to review 8 pretty complicated chemicals and their toxicology, their environmental impacts. Again, there's a lot of work that goes into the reviews, as I'm sure gets mapped out. And the timeframes that we set for this, that are set in the regulations to start with, they're based off an assumption of what an average would be. And the average doesn't take into account the number of chemicals, the number of products, the number of labels, the complexity of the chemistry of the individuals, nor the number of peer-reviewed published papers that need to be considered. Those things are left for us to discover once we start the journey, and that's why we quite often keep adjusting timeframes. We haven't adjusted the timeframe in October. We know that we're in October now, but again, it won't drift unless there's a significant problem in the final peer reviews before we go out to publication.
So, as you would know, the US, Canada and EU already have restrictions and bans even on sale of S-GAS. And so I guess the world knows about the known risks of and the secondary toxicity. They've known for a while. And I think you have known as well that S-GAS are entering bloodstreams of native birds, mammals, companion animals, reptiles. They cause internal bleeding, slow agonizing deaths. BirdLife Australia released another study this year measuring the presence of S-GAS in 17 threatened Tasmanian masked owls who had died, and 16 of them had S-GAS in their livers. So I guess all this knowledge is there, and other states have put bans or moratoriums on the sales. Why don't you issue a moratorium on the sale of S-GAS while the review is being completed?
So again, a good question. And when we talk about bans, I mean, certainly European Union, United States, Canada, they all have restrictions on their labels. But we also have restrictions on our labels over here for the 8 products that we're talking about. And that's been some of the complexity of unpicking the evidence that's been provided, which has been, is it the actual natural products and physical attributes of the chemistry itself, or is it misuse in terms of are people not following label instructions. And that's been one of the tricky parts for us to work through is if the label instructions are followed, would we expect this chemical composition with this toxicology to be causing these effects, and trying to unpick that from, the label instructions at the moment include, collect and dispose of all dead rodents and unconsumed bait properly, dispose of carcasses safely by burning or burying them. How much confidence can we take that people are actually following that?
Yeah,
in terms of
exactly. And that those
application?
risks are there, then might
That's
as
right.
well get rid of these chemicals that have those massive risks.
And so that then becomes, like a number of the other jurisdictions, where they move to further increase the amount of instructions on the label or restrict the availability of use. They're the kind of things we're working through at the moment. And I'm conscious that we receive regular correspondence on this, but we're moving as quickly and fast as we can on this one.
Okay, well, thank you. Hope that the report is published in October. We look forward to it.
So do I. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Chair.
Senator Farouk, thanks for being on time. Now, Senator McDonald, you've got the call.
Thank you very much, Chair. Mr Hanson, hello. The APVMA has published a summary of work plans for the reconsiderations listed in the ministerial direction last updated on the 2nd of April 2025. The summary states that the final regulatory decision for both paraquat and diquat is expected in December 2025, though this date is subject to change depending on risk assessment outcomes, the information received during public consultation and the resolution of use of protected information. Is the release of this decision still expected to be provided in December?
Yes, at this point in time, yes.
Can you provide an overview of the public consultation that was completed? For example, how many people and organisations?
I can. So when we put out a proposed regulatory decision, we put it out publicly and we leave it open for 3 months' worth of consultation. We received 168 submissions in response to that public call for information. Of the 168, 61 of them were contained new information that have required us to undertake new assessments and to rework some of the assumptions that we had built into our calculations previously. 29 or around 30 of them were information or calling for a closer look at the health impacts of paraquat and diquat, and 139 were submissions from pharma and industry groups with regards to the negative impact it would have on their sector.
So can I assume that those submissions, all were providing data was relative to the Australian context?
Yes.
Terrific. Paraquat and diquat have recently been reapproved for use.
Sorry, let me just clarify that. All of the submissions that included additional data relevant to the use patterns was Australian data. We did receive some additional data for assessment with regards to health linkages that came from international studies.
Right. Thank you. Paraquat and diquat have recently been reapproved for use in the US with the EPA pesticides database detailing there are 17 paraquat products and 49 diquat products registered for use in the US. Is that right? I've just made a statement. I'm just checking that that's correct.
Yeah, and I wouldn't know the number of products or so forth, but there has been an overturn of previous bans, yes.
Okay, so are international uses taken into consideration in the Australian approvals process?
We pay attention to the risk assessments that are done and the conclusions that they reach insofar as we can use them to piggyback off with regards to our own assessments. But as you'd be aware, our use patterns, the crops, the stages in which it's used, how it's used, the restrictions we have on it are very different to a number of the other jurisdictions that have looked at these chemicals. In fact, I think when we arrive with a decision on paraquat and diquat by the end of the year, I think we'll be the first jurisdiction that will actually have completed a review that has not subsequently been overturned by courts. Touch wood, we'll have been the first to complete a review into the chemistries.
Good. Do you think you've been provided adequate time to conduct the review?
So we're always really conscious about time pressures, and we're conscious about them because of it leaves everyone in limbo about what the outcomes are going to be and second guessing what they look like. But at the same time, we're pretty. We make sure we take the time we need to get the decision right, even if that means we take extra time. And we did move this time frame back, as you would have noticed, from earlier in the year to say by the end of the year, at the end of December.
Okay. Can you outline any time frame performance under 90% which is expected to be met, and why?
Yes. So I think the last time I spoke to the committee in response to a question, I said that we were just still over our 90% target for our time frame performance. We're now down to 87 or just over 87. And again, this is one of the sort of tricky pieces for us around. There's probably three key drivers for us around our time frame performance. And when I say time frame performance, is the number of applications that we deal with within the statutory time frame set out in the regulations. And we set a target of 90, we've come in at 87.1, largely pulled back by delays in the ag chem space in terms of the new products coming through in the ag chem space. And that's, in the last 12 months, we've done 5 final regulatory decisions on chemical reviews. That's more than it's been done in previous years combined, like the last couple of previous years combined. The people who do the environmental assessments and the health assessments on those are the same ones that we asked to do the health assessments and the environmental assessments on our pre-market applications. So we naturally have a bit of a logjam in terms of the workflows in that space. Now, we've recently just brought a solution to that by putting dedicated resources into the pre-market, dedicated into the post-market, and we're going to rely heavily on using external scientific experts to help buffer the workload across the two. The second piece is applicants can help us with timeliness because, as I was saying before, the timeframes are based on an average application. We receive a lot of applications where we could be a lot more efficient in our time frame if we just said, your application doesn't meet our statutory criteria, we're failing you. We do a lot of hand-holding to help people. We send out a lot of requests for additional information to help bolster their applications to try to work out what that is they're seeing that we're not. And that takes time. So there's a couple of pieces there that we're going to focus on this next 12 months to try to bring that time frame performance back into check.
Terrific. The March 2025 quarter had new novel chemistry being completed on time. Is there a specific reason? Had it been completed on time? Well, I think that's probably in the veterinary space. No, I can't think of a reason as to why we would have been on time, other than the fact that we have this perverse outcome with our figures whereby something only gets registered as overdue when we complete it. If it's not completed, it's not lodged, therefore it's not overdue. But I'd have to take that one on notice. I'm not sure what that number comes. When will the next quarterly report be released for June 2025?
That should be in coming weeks. And that'll be not only the last quarter, but it'll be the financial year, the full financial year as well.
So that'll be on time too?
Yeah.
Just quickly, would you speak to the blueberry pesticide issue that we had a quick conversation about before? The concerns that additional blueberry consumption is resulting in greater consumption of
residues.
Yes.
Yeah. So earlier this year, we were notified by FSANZ of a change in consumption patterns out of data that they'd collected back from 2023 that saw over a 960% increase in blueberry consumption across the Australian public. So we did a review of all the chemistries and all the chemicals that we have registered for use on blueberries, because one of the things we obviously do is we establish that if you follow the label instructions and use good agricultural practice, we calculate what the maximum residue limit should be on that product. We then compare that to what is a safe level of exposure or an acceptable daily intake for humans. And in doing that, we work out what the likely consumption pattern is going to be of the product. and every other product that uses that chemical as well, so that we're keeping that full basket checked. So we ran a check of all of our products registered for blueberries, and we found that dimethylate significantly ate into that safety margin and buffer that we build in to those calculations. So we will often build in either a 10 times or sometimes 100 times factor of safety between what an acceptable or what a no observable effect level is, so where you start to see impacts to humans, and what an acceptable daily intake level is. So we'll build a big safety module because, again, we're talking about averages and no one eats an average amount of something. Like, you'll have people who eat more or people who eat less. And in doing so, we notice that the dimethylate and its current use pattern with its current withholding periods was going to lead to an erosion of that buffer. So we went out with a proposal to suspend all products for dimethylate on use on blackberries, blueberries, raspberries. We've just closed off the consultation period on that. We'll consider, I think we've got 20-something submissions in on it. We'll consider those submissions that we get back in, and then we'll make a proposal as to whether we suspend all of those products for the blueberries, blackberries, raspberries. If we do, people who hold products with those label uses will be given the choice of either removing those products off the label or be given the choice of changing the withholding period from 1 day for blueberries and 7 days for blackberries and raspberries to 14 days, which will bring that MRL back down and give us some of that safety buffer back in place between what's a safe margin for consumption.
Terrific. All right, well, hopefully that responds to the concerns of any ABC readers who were following along with that story that was published recently. So that's my questions. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Any other questions?
Not for
okay.
APVMA.
Well, thank you to the APVMA.
Your Chair has had a busy couple of weeks.
Yes.
Yes. Had a wonderful event. Please pass on our regards.
It's a highlight in our calendar, the Melbourne Royal. So
Melbourne Royal.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Have a good night. We'll now have the Australian Livestock Export Corporation, LiveCorp, as they are betterly known as, online on the video conference. Hello. Who do we have?
Troy Setter.
Yeah.
Chair, Troy Setter from LiveCorp online.
Oh, you got your own little name tag down there, Troy. Good on you.
Troy. Yes, I followed the instructions.
You're a good man.
Honestly.
Yeah.
Gee, you put a few people out of work if you do that, mate. Anyway, all right. Now, do you have an opening statement, Troy? Or are you happy for us to go?
I do. Has Wayne Collier, our CEO, joined in the room?
No.
Yes?
No, he's not here.
Who's Wayne? No, Wayne is here, and as well is Karen. Sorry, I can't see. Karen? Sorry. They're both here. But is there an opening statement, or have you provided an opening statement?
Yes, so we've got one. Would you like me to quickly read it out?
Is it brief?
Table it. We've tabled it.
It has been tabled.
All right, well, let's just get straight to questions. I think it's been tabled. We're circulating it right now. So we'll just go straight to questions. Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr Setter, for joining us online. I just wanted an update on the latest mortality and animal welfare figures for the live export industry.
Very good. Thanks, Senator Cameron, and Wayne certainly get into detail, but year on year, we've for the first half of this year, cattle are down to 0.04% and sheep are down to 0.11%. So this is we've continued to see improvements in animal mortality on ships.
Okay.
Down from on record lows year on year for the last 20-something years. There's been a continual decline in mortality.
That's great to hear. Have you got particular figures for mixed livestock vessels? That's vessels containing both cattle and sheep.
Wayne, I'd have to defer to Wayne.
We might have to take the specifics of that on notice, but obviously the a large number of the vessels that do go to the Middle East or that do go have mixed consignments, so you can sort of factor that in, for example, to the 0.1%.
The mixed consignments would be captured by those overall figures, would
yes,
they?
Yes, yeah, absolutely.
But you just don't have them separated out. Well, if you could take that on notice, that'd be great. Have you got any insights for us on how the planned ending of the live sheep industry is having an impact on the broader live trade now? Are you seeing impacts already as the end date gets closer?
Well, I think, Senator, the MLA produced a survey from May this year. Is the most current information that we've got in terms of producer sentiment. So in the wool sector, net sentiment is down 47 on their rating, which put it amongst the lowest there's been. The intentions in Western Australia specifically are for the flock to decline another 19% into 2026. With most producers looking to further reduce their sheep flock, particularly their breeding flock. Ongoing drought last year, and it came into the start of this year in some regions in southwest has also been a factor that's come into that MLA producer survey. We have seen a move from some exporters some importers to look and start securing stock from other countries.
Okay, is that leading to a reduction in live shipments from Australia?
We've seen a reduction in shipments probably for two fronts. One being the two specifically for sheep. Matt, if your question.
Yeah,
for
I
sheep.
suppose for sheep or any other consequential impacts on cattle, but yeah.
Yeah, so for sheep and cattle that go to the Middle East, we've seen a decrease for two reasons. One, as importers look to other markets and start to build out those supply chains, and then secondly, the disruptions in the Middle East have made shipping difficult through some of those markets. We've seen Israel, that was usually a very strong market for sheep and cattle from Australia, has not been importing in recent times.
Okay. And so, is there been any work done, or are you seeing already the potential for a prohibition on live sheep to impact potentially the amount of live cattle that goes out of those ports, I presume, particularly in southern Western Australia, where mixed consignments would go from?
Yeah, and happy for to correct me wrong, but I think it's 67% of memory of shipments are mixed out of free up to the Middle East.
Is that to the Middle East? That's not of all live shipments from Australia.
No, to the Middle East.
Just to the Middle East.
And out of Fremantle are a mixed sheep and cattle, and that's it's caused a drop off in cattle because those consignments need to be mixed for what the customers are after, and also for ship logistics.
Mr. Collier, are those correct?
Yes, I believe 64% is the number that I've got. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, has there been any work done, either yourselves or the government that you're aware of, that's had a look at, will it still be viable to ship live cattle from Fremantle to the Middle East if there are no sheep on the boat?
We haven't been requested to by members, so that'd be something that would be directed by members, which we engage with daily and weekly, but we'd need to refer the question, I think, Matt, to the department, whether they did any work as part of their feasibility work.
Okay. Look, my final question here. Just, I believe you're doing a research project entitled "Enhanced Cattle Welfare, Bedding, Lameness and Thermal Comfort in Live Export." Can you just take us a bit? What particular measure? I believe that's not concluded; it's ongoing. But what measures are you investigating that would potentially lower these low mortality rates even lower?
Thank you. I'd best to defer to Wayne for the detail on that.
Yeah, so that project that you've mentioned, Senator, is a research project that we're doing through our joint program with MLA. It's focused on looking at practical options to, as you said, further address some of the areas that can rise on a vessel to ensure that the performance continues to improve. So, that includes things like BRDs around practical management strategies, lameness, bedding use and pad management, things like that. So we've got a project underway that's drawing on various expertise from different parties, looking at what would best practice opportunities be in that space. So it is a practical project. It's looking at what can we practically do on the vessels in those three key areas.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Okay. All right. We wait for the results. Thank you, gentlemen and lady, and we'll move on.
Thank you very much. Thanks, everyone. We'll now call the Inspector General of Biosecurity. Now, as I understand it, via video conference. Is the Inspector General there?
Is there a reason?
We might just quickly suspend, get the Secretary to find out where the Inspector General is. Thank you. We'll suspend.
Yes, a very brief one, if I may.
How brief are we talking?
A couple of minutes.
Sure. Can we table? 1 minute. Okay, 1 minute. 1 minute. Go, quick.
And you can table the rest, Dr. Crump.
Yeah, you can table the rest.
Okay, will do. So I just wanted to, first of all, thank you for allowing me to join online. But I also would like to inform the committee, if not already known, that I will complete my extended term as the IGB on 24th of October. So this is the last appearance that I have in front of the committee. I just wanted to quickly update the status of my outstanding reviews. I expect to publish the maturity of the department's biosecurity regulatory system review next week, and the 2 other reviews that are outstanding, environmental biosecurity and IGB recommendations, implementation of IGB recommendations, are currently with the department for their management response, and I expect to publish those before the end of my term.
Right.
Thank you, Chair.
Good on you, mate. That's very good. If only everyone did that today, we might be a bit more time. Anyway,
thank you.
Now, Senator Kenzie, you have the call.
You've taken care of one of my questions, so thank you. And thank you for your service. I just did want to go to understanding recommendation 5, and I'm yelling because you're on the TV. This is recommendation 5 in the import risk analysis of March 25. The department should review the role of the scientific advisory group. Are you familiar with that recommendation you made? Yes. Can you please explain your reasoning for that risk, the import risk analysis recommendation?
So a couple of things. The import risk analysis process has 2 types of import risk analysis, unregulated and regulated.
Yep.
And the regulated risk analysis process formally describes the role and activity of the scientific advisory group. The unregulated one doesn't, and the application of the use of the scientific advisory group is not consistent. So that was one reason. The other is about transparency, that the role of the scientific advisory group, I believe, should not only be about assessment of the scientific advice, but also assurance to stakeholders that that scientific advice has been sound and followed. Now, I'm not saying in this review that it hasn't been. I mean, in fact, I make the finding that the processes that the department undertakes and the technical expertise of the department in undertaking these reviews is very sound, very robust and sound. However, I believe that good processes should also be codified, should be clear, and should be well communicated. And the use of the scientific advisory group, I found, didn't meet those things, or at least I couldn't find evidence that those things were met. So that was one aspect of it. The other aspect of it was that I couldn't find evidence that the scientific advisory group membership was flexible enough to apply the appropriate expertise across a range of priorities. And so I thought that if the department doesn't seek that independent, the scientific advisory group doesn't seek that independent expert input, then it should be codified that they are allowed to and should do, depending on the commodity that they're talking about. So fundamentally, it comes down to the what I said about codification, clarity, and good communication around the use of the scientific advisory group.
Thank you. To provide, and I think you articulated that really well, not only the technical assessment, but the assurance to the broader public.
Yes, indeed.
And this recommendation was about expanding the role of the scientific advisory group to provide technical oversight for the non-regulated import risk analysis section, which I think...
Or at least understanding.
He's independent.
Sorry. So... Yep, that's right. Or at least understanding and communicating when and why the scientific advisory group might not be used.
Exactly. Couldn't agree more. So in your report, the department agreed to recommendation 5 and indicated that department values the role of the scientific advisory group to independently, and I think that's the important piece, verify the department's scientific analysis, and agrees to review the role of the scientific advisory group to ensure that it remains for purpose. Is there then an agreed timeline, Inspector General, for the implementation? Because the report was released in March this year, which is 7 months ago. This has been topic of a lot of public debate, not just with industry, but in the broader public sphere. I'm wanting to understand, the department said it agrees. Has it made any comments to you in relation to this recommendation?
No, it hasn't.
So you've had no... Have you had a meeting with the department about this recommendation?
Not since the publication of the report.
7 months ago.
Yeah, I might talk to my final review, which is not published yet, and that's about recommendations.
I just want to finish my... I've got a whole... Yeah. You've got lots more questions, Inspector General. I might get to where you want to get to.
It's related to your question.
Oh, OK, then, sure.
Yep. One of the findings of my last review about implementation was that and again, this is lack of evidence. I'm not saying that it doesn't happen, but that the processes for tracking and monitoring the implementation of recommendations, including this one, have been lacking in the past.
Yep.
Now, the department has done a lot of work in the past 6 months, and I've been engaged in some of that work to improve the process of implementation of recommendations, and that includes the tracking of and timeframes of implementation of recommendations. So I haven't specifically had any discussions about this particular recommendation.
Yep.
I have had discussions with the department about the general processes for governance and improvement of tracking and accountability for implementation of recommendations.
Right, so you have spoken about timeframes around implementation once they're agreed to implement. But with this one... I've
spoken to the department about the process.
Yes, at a general.
Yes.
But
yes.
When we get to the specifics of recommendation 5 for this report, there hasn't been any discussion with you since the report was released 7 months ago. My understanding is since March the 25th, the scientific advisory group's actually lapsed. Is that correct?
Yes, that would be right.
So have you had a meeting with the minister on so usually, well, no. Usually I shouldn't say that. Previously, when Inspector Generals would release a report, there'd be an opportunity to brief the minister on the findings of your report. Did that occur with the release of this report in March?
No, it didn't.
Did the minister request a briefing? You couldn't make it?
No briefing was requested.
And the department didn't seek to facilitate a briefing?
Not that I'm aware.
Okay.
I did send a letter to the minister with the report.
Right. Did you get a response from the minister?
No.
Thanking you for your work? Right. Given the amount of public debate and discussion about the United States beef import risk analysis, and now the bananas into the Philippines issue, is not a full biosecurity import risk analysis. You have the power to review the performance of functions or exercise powers of biosecurity officers in the department. Have you considered reviewing the Director of Biosecurity function of undertaking import risk analysis?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
So you've got powers available to you to review the Director of Biosecurity function when it comes to undertaking import risk analysis, given...
So that's what this review, the import risk analysis review, has done. not specifically about the Director of Biosecurity.
No, but don't you have powers under the Act? Don't you
yes,
have...
I have powers to review the performance. I don't have powers to review individual officers, the operation of individual officers. That's specifically excluded under the Act.
But do you have powers to review the performance of functions of officers?
Yes.
Yes. And in that case, have you given thought to reviewing the performance of functions of officers when it comes to import risk analysis?
Maybe I'm misinterpreting your question, but that's effectively what this review has done.
Right. So under your powers, can you seek immediate action from the Director of Biosecurity and the Minister to protect or enhance the integrity of our biosecurity system?
No. The model that exists is that I'm able to perform reviews and provide recommendations.
So you're able to form a view.
I can't direct the Director of Biosecurity to do anything.
So yeah. So would it be your view that a SAG should have been looking at the US beef importation issue?
Yes. I think the use of the SAG should be considered for every import risk analysis.
And do you think
whether or not it's used may be determined by other criteria, but it should be considered. And as I said before, those criteria should be codified and well communicated.
And did you make your view known to the department or the minister around the benefit that the scientific advisory group could have actually provided to this particular decision and analysis?
No, I didn't look at specific import risk analyses as part of this. Was about systems and processes.
Outside of outside of this review, Inspector General, did you raise concerns about the lack of the scientific advisory group input into the US beef import?
No, I did not.
Do you regret that now?
This might go to another point that I would like to make, and again, it's relevant. I believe that the scope of the Inspector General needs to be reviewed. Those things are not within my power, not within my role, and the role and the powers and the scope of the role are constrained by the Biosecurity Act. It's my view that after 10 years, it's time for the role and functions of the Inspector General of Biosecurity to be reviewed, along with the associated legislation, and consideration given to those sorts of functions for the IGB.
So it's my understanding, and I'm just getting some advice now, Inspector General, and it's off the website, off your website, that you may consider the Minister's request for a review, point 1. You may seek immediate action from the Director of Biosecurity and the Minister for Agriculture to protect or enhance the integrity of Australia's biosecurity systems. That's off your own website about your powers.
I wasn't aware of that. Thank you very much. I'm going on what's in the legislation.
Right. Well, my understanding, sir, is this is part of your role and responsibilities, and I guess those of us that have been concerned about the processes undertaken by the government in reaching its decision around the US beef import, on behalf of primary producers, I might say, needed those powers exercised to actually get a scientific advisory
Senator, I
group.
don't have those.
It's all right.
Sure
I will. I think if you're leaving on the 24th. Yeah, sure.
Connection's cutting out. Sorry, Doctor, what was that?
Those powers, I don't have those powers of direction.
Well,
in the legislation. That's what counts. Maybe there's a misinterpretation of the website.
Well, I'm just reading the roles and responsibilities off the website. So,
yeah. So my apologies if that's wrong, but I've got the legislation in front of me and I'm just double checking to see that I'm not wrong, and I don't have those powers.
You have information gathering power under the Biosecurity Act.
Yes, I do.
The Inspector General may also review formal biosecurity import risk analyses as regulated under the Biosecurity Act. You are independent, and under the independence piece is where you can seek immediate action, which I would argue.
I think it's fair to say that I would ask the Director of Biosecurity to take immediate action.
Yes.
But I don't have the power to direct the Director of Biosecurity.
So did you
to take action?
Okay, and given this discussion we've just had, I'm assuming you didn't consider no,
I did not.
Seeking a scientific review of the US beef decision. And have you similarly sought an import risk assessment of bananas from the Philippines to be completed?
No, I have not. So I should also say, Senator, that the legislation requires me to set an annual program and then deliver that annual program.
Yep.
Some of these things pop up during that annual process. I think that's another flaw in the model.
Well, I think your recommendations around the scientific advisory group are incredibly sound and would give that assurance to the broader community and industry that's sadly lacking in those two decisions at the moment. So I wish you all the best with your future opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, on behalf of the committee, thank you, and all the best in the future as well, Doctor.
Thank you.
All right. Now, we were moving on now to the Australian Fisheries Management Authority. No, sorry, the Fisheries Research and Development Corporation. We're just trying to find Senator Wish-Wilson.
We don't have questions.
You don't?
So, Senator Wish-Wilson.
We haven't heard.
Okay, so they can go.
Okay. Sorry about that. You've got all ready and everything to come to the front table. You can go home now. All right. Now, that means that we'll move on to the Regional Investment Corporation, the RIC, and then followed by Sugar Research Australia.
Wow.
Senators, we've got 10 minutes, so...
Yep, I'll be...
Now, RIC, as in the RIC, do you have an opening statement?
We've tabled one.
Fantastic. That is so good. Thank you for that.
Mr. Chairman, I would just like, on behalf of the Chair, to send her apologies. She's previously advised the committee she'd be unavailable to attend this evening.
Yes.
I am a board member and I'm attending on her behalf.
Good on you. Thanks for making the time tonight. Now, Deputy Chair.
We ask about this, the new significant ecological program. When's the program expected to commence?
As a delivery agency, John Howard, Chief Executive Officer of the RIC. As a delivery agency, we await to be provided with the guidelines from the government and the department who are responsible for the policy.
When those guidelines will be delivered to you?
Not a definitive one, no.
Okay. Are you getting extra resources to administer this program?
If that's required based on the expected or forecast demand and depending on what the guidelines are and the nature of the program that we have to deliver.
Right.
It must be noted, though, that the significant work we've done over the last 2 years as we've disengaged from external parties and brought them in-house is that we've got that capability and we've been making sure the government knows that we've got that capability to be able to go and deliver new programs.
Right. Were you consulted before the program was announced?
As a delivery agency, that's not a requirement for us.
No, it's not a requirement per se, but were you consulted?
We were advised before the announcement was made.
Before the announcement, but there was you weren't asked for feedback about...
No, but we'd provide...
The stranger. But, yeah.
Senator, can I add that any program will need to go through the proper budget design process, and we would have input to that as the delivery agency in terms of our delivery requirements.
It just seems strange the government wouldn't say, hey, do you guys think you've got the capacity to do this? Got any ideas? But no, that wasn't done. It shows they were just flailing around, I think, on this. Will there be a change of membership to the board of the RIC?
We have no indication.
Okay. Have you the chair, or no? You're not the chair, are you, Mr. Tucker?
I'm
You're
not
just
the
a board
chair,
member. Have you, Mr. Howard, met the minister about the new loan product?
We've met the minister recently. I can't remember if it was before. I think it was after the announcement of the algae bloom loan product. Yes.
It was after that.
Yep.
So did you discuss with her the new loan offering?
It was recently after it, so we didn't discuss specifics in regards to it, but what we had discussed was our capacity to be able to go and deploy that loan product once the details were known. All right. Do we have a costing on how much extra costs it will be for the RIC to administer the program? We're still working through that with the department. Will this extra cost be recovered through your interest rate margins? The methodology that is in place for our loan products is that there's a cost of capital plus an operating cost admin margin that gets added to that. The specifics for this loan product, though, I haven't got visibility yet. So will there be separate interest rates for farmers and for the ecological program, or will all of these costs be rolled into... That's a matter for government to determine. That government determines that, do they? Not you as the RIC? Correct. And you haven't got advice on that at this stage? No. Okay, do you have a definition for what is a significant ecological event? We're still working through... the government's still working through the methodology and eligibility criteria. Is it only for algal bloom events, or could it be for broader ecological? That's a matter for government to determine. Haven't done that either.
So we've just got a press release with a product.
Who's eligible for the loans? Do they have to be in the wild catch fishing industry, or can other businesses apply? Again, that'll be a matter for the government to determine. Okay. I might put the others on notice. Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay, thanks a lot,
Don't
Deputy
think
Chair.
you're going to get much anyway.
Press release, no
All
product.
right.
That's right, yes.
Thanks, lads.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, last agency for the evening, Sugar Research Australia. Is the sugar in the room? No? Sugar Research Australia? At all? Sugar Research Australia? Where are they? Oh, here they are. Okay. Oh, look at the red passes. Okay. Okay. Welcome tonight, gentlemen. Thanks for being so patient. Did you happen to have an opening statement, Chair, or...?
Thank you. In the essence of time, we'd like to table our open statement.
Fantastic.
And move straight to questions.
That'd be awesome. All right.
We've only got 5
Deputy
minutes,
Chair.
so I'll be as quick as I can. Thank you for waiting around, gentlemen. I think, yep, just gentlemen. I wanted to first ask, has SRA done any recent work on updating the laboratory manuals and cane check manuals for the testing of CCS content?
Might hand over to Mick.
Yeah, g'day, Mick Bartlett, CEO of SRA. There has been a request come in for that information. That again is not within the research field. It's something that we can entertain, but it's it's not within our prescribed area of responsibility.
My understanding is that your predecessor body, BSES, was responsible for this work. Is that right?
I've only been with the business for 12 months, so I can't answer that. I'm sorry.
Right. Okay. Well, I believe it's called the BSES Laboratory Manual and the BSES Cane Check Manual. Is that correct?
Again, sure. I can't say.
Well, there just seems to be a gap here. That this is a very... you correct me if I'm wrong. My understanding, I'm advised that this is a very important... The laboratory process is very important because they determine cane content of sugar and therefore how much growers are paid. and there's some concern here now that if it's not within your purview, who is responsible for making sure the laboratory processes are best practice and not shortchanging cane growers? Can you point me to anyone else that is responsible for this work in the sugar supply chain?
Yeah, the mills. Yeah, my understanding, Senator, is that cane payments is not something. When BSES was disbanded, SRA was formed, and part of that was taking away a lot of the extension services that existed under the form of BSES, so they're not comparable organisations. Mills are responsible for paying growers, and it will be incumbent on the mills to...
Well, this is the issue, isn't it? Mills are obviously conflicted because anything they pay the growers is less they get to take or keep. So I'm trying to understand who's the independent body assessing and making sure that these processes are not shortchanging growers. Now, if it's not, why isn't it within your purview? Is there some kind of constitutional restriction or governance restriction that stops you from doing this work?
No, Senator, it's not research. The cane formula is 106 years old, which the mills use.
Well, maybe just, we've got limited time, but my question is about research into laboratory practices to keep them at best practice. Wouldn't that be research? Presumably there are better techniques and more efficient ways of more accurate testing, less margin for error. I'm not an expert here, but wouldn't that be research?
Look, it could be, Senator. So Mike Barry's the chair. Could be, but it's... and again, I've only been on board a short period of time in this role, but it's not something I've been aware of that's been requested.
Well, look, I brought it to your attention. If you could go away and maybe provide on notice, we've got a minute left.
Yes, Senator.
My understanding is you have developed for the milling industry, an Australian sugar industry training manual, but laboratory processes are not covered in that manual. Is that correct?
I'll have to check with that.
Okay, I've taken that on notice. And if so, if that is correct, why is it that you can create a manual for other aspects of milling operations but not for the laboratory processes within the mill? And look, I might have to put other questions on notice. I might just quickly, though, ask about cane varieties. Are you doing any work into new cane varieties? There's some concern that there's only a limited number of them. So what's happening there?
Absolutely. Breeding for variety development, we're a bit different as an RDC in that we do research as well as collaborate with outsiders on research, but also breed for the Australian industry. We've released 3 new varieties this year. We have another dozen in development right now, and we've just returned from Brazil on a benchmarking to see how we go in terms of variety development, and we compare very favourably.
All right, well, thank you, Chet. Pretty good, timing-wise.
Excellent, just perfect. Bang on 11.
Appreciate your time. Sorry, we didn't get more time.
That's all right. All right, thanks, thanks everyone. Thanks, Senators. That concludes today's hearing. I'd like to thank all witnesses who have appeared. Obviously, I'd like to thank Assistant Minister Chisholm, Acting Secretary Saunders from the department, to Hansard Broadcasting for their assistance as well. I remind Senators that the committee has agreed that any written questions on notice should be lodged with the Secretariat by Thursday, the 16th of October this year. On that note, the committee now stands adjourned. Good night, everyone.